um, I'm definitely not playing. I'm not playing with y'all tonight. I am not. Can you guys? Hmm. Can you guys hear me? Someone said absolutely not. Let me know if you can hear me while I play the intro. Kat says, why must you be like this themis? Period. Period. I came back from a vacation of sorts. It wasn't a vacation, I was working, but let me see. Vanessa is amazing, and we have a member. Who is this member? Is that Mika? It passed. I have to scroll back up. But I went to Houston, Texas, and I'm writing an op-ed that is probably going to get me canceled on Houston. And I won't talk about it here much, but I'll just go briefly over what I'm writing. It is, I understand. No, let me not say understand, because I don't. I'm starting to understand flex culture and why people flex. I don't condone it. I think it's actually abhorrent. When you go out in Houston, you have to get these sections in the club, and it's kind of ridiculous, honestly, because you are there not to dance, but to just kind of show off that you can afford these sections, and you're just there sort of peacocking. And I mean, I got it because I was like sick and tired of like bumping into people, and I just wanted to sort of be away from everyone. But there's no dancing. There's not a lot of engagement. It was fun because of everything else we did, but like the whole sort of peacocking is just not it for me. So while I was there, I looked up, I'm not going to talk about this in any depth right now, but I looked up the poverty rate in Texas because I was like, wait, these sections cost $4,000, upwards from $800 to like $4,000. When Quavo showed up at the club, it was a $4,000, and so I was wondering how everyone can be here partying, and there is a sort of economic crisis going on, and Vanessa actually broke down something to me, and she was telling me that there are people who, because we've been disenfranchised and there are a lot of people who have not had access. Part of the reason for getting access is to show off and to show that, hey, I made it. And so people want to show off. I don't know how useful that is, because from a sort of utilitarian perspective, it's not great. And I feel like you're just on this cyclical sort of wheel that, like, it re-ups this idea that poverty is going to continue. And if you can afford a $4,000 section in a club, I think you can probably work to I don't know, pay rent and buy food and things like that. And they were grown people, like grown men. And when I say grown men, I am a grown man, but I mean like men who look like they were 50 and 60. And please go out and have your fun. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's just like, it is a lot. I did have fun. I had a ton of fun. I I was all up in the ghetto. No, it's not ghetto, it's hood. And there's a difference. I was in the hood because of all the things I saw. And I did not realize that Texas allowed for anyone to just have guns, apparently. And people just had guns out. And thankfully, some of these clubs pat you down and don't allow you to take the guns inside. But it was ridiculous. So I thought I was in the hood because I saw random people walking around with guns just like swinging at night in front of like clubs. And I'm very, like, I was like, yeah, nah, this is I'm kind of good on this. Kind of good. And then we went. I'm actually going to go into story detail on one of these stories. We went over to one of her friend's place and we walked in and this guy was on Instagram live or TikTok, I don't know, whatever live stream you can do, with a gun in one hand, and he was just on the like holding up the gun. And like we walked in the room and the hotel room, and we're in like this luxury high-rise building, and I walk in and he was like, oh my god, and it, like started hiding it, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, no, this is gonna be a rough crowd. I'm definitely not going to be doing this often. Her trip The next trip I'm taking will be in Europe. If you were on Instagram, you saw most of our trip. I will explain more in detail. I'm actually going to write something on it because I thought it was a learning lesson. And I got to talk to people that I would never normally speak to in much the way, let me not say that. And we were talking about Nigerian scamming and the culture, and I talked about Jamaica and scamming and the culture, and Joe Osteen and scamming and the culture here. And I, I I thought these people were really smart, and it just bothered me a little, not a lot. Hopefully, Vanessa is not watching. That they were kind of not using it in the way that I think they should. But I shouldn't be paternalistic. But we were talking. It was fun. I had a ton of fun. I'm still exhausted. We were in the sun the entire time. Texas is hot. Um, and it was great. If you were on Insta, I lived. I lived. And so nice. All right. Let's get into this. Welcome, everyone. I was not looking in the chat because I didn't want to lose my train of thought and I did not write it down. As I was there, there was a story about this former NFL player. Now, I saw this popped up, right? I think Sinji was covering it. And I was like, I know this didn't happen. I know y'all lying. I know there was not an NFL player, a former NFL player, who changed after getting married, took on his wife's last name. Now, look, I am for feminism. I am not a feminist. I wish I could say I was a feminist, but I'm not. I'm just not. And I know I'm not. Here's why I know I'm not. Actually, one more story. Quick story. So whenever I go out with Vanessa or anyone for that matter, I pay the bill, right? Like I'm gonna pay the bill. And so Vanessa got annoyed with me because we've been there for 4 days, and she was like, "You keep paying the bill. Let me pay this bill." And we agreed that we should pay the bill. She should pay the bill once. And when the waiter came and gave her the bill, I felt so small and so insignificant. I don't know how y'all do it. I do not. For all the men in the chat, if you are here, please let me know if you want to come up. Tell me how you do that. Because when she reached for that bill, my entire world just kind of crumbled. like my entire world just crumbled. Um, I look forward to your analysis of the Moynihan report. Thanks for agreeing to do it. No, yes, that is going to be tomorrow. I reread it. I spoke to my professor who talked about it before. My professor, by the way, is super liberal, super liberal. And he was talking about how racist it was. And I agreed with him then, right? I read it again in law school. Oh, when I was in my master's. I know I read it again in law school, but I read it again at some point and I was like, "Oh, I don't really care." In law school, I read it and my opinion changed. When I read it this weekend while I was on break, I was like, okay, okay, I got this. I got this. I understand why people thought it was racist. When you contextualize it with the person who wrote it and the fact that people think of him as an opportunist, I'm going to separate him and what he did later, this idea of benign neglect, how he switched after pointing out the problems in the community. He then switched and said, oh, we should ignore. And so I would actually love, if you're available, obviously, tomorrow when I'm doing it, I want to go over it in I think in more depth than than a lot of people would normally view it. And I also actually think that a lot of people will disagree with me on this. I think a lot of people will disagree. I know my professor is going to disagree with me because I don't actually think it's racist. I no longer think it's racist. Now, if you think he is racist, period. I don't care. I don't know this man. But I don't think the document is racist. I think it is sexist. That's what I think it is. And I think most women would appreciate that kind of sexism for some reason. It is a kind of sexism that ignores women, right? It says sort of women aren't capable of without saying it, and the men have failed. And I don't know why men would. It's going to be fun. Tomorrow should be fun. Tomorrow should be fun. Thank you. Um, I have my reminder on for tomorrow. Thank you. Please let me. Actually, should my professor is not going to do it. I would have loved for him to come on. Yeah, someone asked if he's black. Yes, he's black. I would have loved for him to come on because his problem is that Patrick. He thinks Moynihan did not know anything about the black community because he didn't engage with black people. But I think this was a paper that was not supposed to, it's an internal memo that was sent to the president that was not supposed to be out. So it is going to look at statistics and not individual people. Thank you, Finn. New sub, absolutely love your channel and content. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. So let's get into this NFL player person. And I don't care about him. Look, I think it would be great if a lot of these people would say, I am feminist, or I truly appreciate feminism and what it has done, right? Instead of accepting feminism outright, I think most men online are talking about how feminism is bad. And they make feminism to be this pariah. And maybe it is. I'm not arguing here that feminism is great or anything like that. My argument here is very specifically that I think a lot of men, black men specifically, like feminist ideas. And they cower away from accepting that they might be more feminist than than they put forward, right? Now, Ricky Williams, don't know him, don't care. He's a former NFL player. I don't really care about him per se. What I do care about is he took his wife's last name. He gives this weird explanation. I'm pretty sure Sinji was the one who did this video that came up. And as I was watching it, I remembered a couple of things. I remember a paper that I read in law school, which I found 2 minutes before I came on. I was looking for it. And I'm going to read a section of it to you regarding the exchange of status, financial status, for a sort of racial status that exists. A lot of people have spoken about this previously, but I needed the research here to put it out there and talk about it. Welcome, by the way. Melinda says, we tend to disagree on politics, but I love your channel. I live in Houston, Texas, too. Love your channel, even when digs are thrown. I appreciate that. More disagreement should come up. I'm going to allow for men. Thank you, by the way, Melinda. Welcome, Melinda. Boy Wonder. All right. So let's read this together. Because I actually, as soon as I saw the NFL player person, I was like, here's a perfect opportunity to discuss this. So we're talking about gender asymmetries and mixed race partnering. By mixed race partnering, we're talking about people black and white. That's essentially what the research is predicated on. I can drop the article in. It's at ncbi.gov. So status caste exchange theory forms part of the debate surrounding the asymmetry gender patterns of mixed race partnerships in the United States. This theory advanced that minorities, hear this, minorities trade off socioeconomic resources against social advantages of their racialization. African American can offset their subordinate position on racial hierarchy by using their status resources to enhance their chances of marrying up. That is, marrying someone in a quote, higher position on the racial hierarchy, conventionally a white person with a lower socioeconomic status. So, what is happening here is that whiteness is being used as actual currency in the exchange for resources. A person who believes in the sort of superiority of the white race, a black person that is, a black person who believes that there is a racial hierarchy where whiteness is above blackness in this hierarchy, exchanges resources for access to whiteness, thinking that it's going to elevate them in some way. Obviously, this is not socioeconomics. We see this happening a lot. And I've been looking for this. I'm going to post this in the chat for you guys to read it on your own time, because this video is not about this. Sinji has a video on this. I don't actually cover interracial relationship. I actually covered this only to the extent that I wanted to bring up two separate points. One, there is actual research in this area regarding people's perception of race and how it can be used as a currency by the dominant group to get people who are quote unquote subordinate to exchange actual resources that is meaningful, right? To have access to race. The people who created the social hierarchy based on race ultimately benefits from said hierarchy because we give up resources for access to whiteness that doesn't itself provide it. All right. So that's the first thing. All right. The second thing, and the problem is who are the people doing this? Sorry, I'm drinking mud water again. Who are the people doing this? When you look to a conversation that happened on Tanya TKO's channel, I remember this young man named Julius. And Julius shouted the N-word at the Pink Pill's boyfriend at the time and say, you N-word lover. And we know what happened from there. I'm not here to rehash that. I'm here because Julius went on Tanya TKO and he went on to sort of explain that having access to white women is some form of elevation for the black man. So the black man with resources in his mind is elevated from access to white women. Now, the research here goes on to say this is not true, right? But in sort of social currency, if there is a group of people who can assign worthiness to race, it would be the people at the top, which would be white men. And by that logic, whoever has access to white men would then have the kind of access to the elevation that Julius is talking about. I'm only going to play a little bit of it because I want to move on from this topic, because in reality, this man takes on this woman's name is indicative of a lot of things, but the notion that black men or any group of men who say, I'm going to white women, black men, I don't know why I say any group of men, I'm going to white women because they're more submissive, they're docile, blah, 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 they allow me to be a man, blah, blah, blah. Incidents like this indicate that it's not true. The research indicate that the people who go there because not always there's some level of agency for some people, love, connection, and all of that. But the research indicate that there are people who would exchange resources for access to whiteness. Whiteness itself is a currency to a lot of people. That is interesting because people will tell you it's love, and when they describe the reason why they move from one group to another, it's their own group is bad, right? It's never anything to do with the actual person they're going to, because to do that is to admit whiteness as some sort of superiority in their mind. And I think that was important. Julius, Julius was unbearable to talk to. He reached out to me actually and wanted an interview. I was going to interview him, but I realized that I mean, the conversation wasn't going to go anywhere. And I know that I do engage with people who might not have the intellectual capacity to fully engage in discourse. I do that, but I usually do that to prove a point. Hopefully, the people who are meant to get the point get it. But Julius did not. I don't think have anything else to offer. So I would actually agree with this. Julius was a character, and so intellectually. Let's get back to Julius for 2 seconds, and then we move on from this to actual stuff that I want to talk about.
She does not have the power to do that. She can't even keep her social status from declining by being with you.
Okay. Let me say this. I can
Julius,
accurately
did you
explain that. I can accurately explain that.
did you understand the question? No, I just want to make sure you understood.
No, matter of fact, ask it again. Go ahead.
So if we know that white men determine everyone's social status in this country, even white women's, how is it then that white women can elevate black men's social status when she can't even keep hers from declining?
Because her position was given.
I'm sorry.
All right, I'm not even going to, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to finish that because it's going to take forever. There's no comprehension of what is happening. There's, there's no, there's no comprehension of what is happening. There's no, if you say her position was given, then she does not have authority to elevate. The person who give her position would be the person you go to for elevation of position. Like, it feels sort of remedial to like even engage. But why I'm bringing this back is when I saw the name change, and Julius actually gave an example of his cousin, right? He was talking about how white women elevate black men, right? And then he talked about his cousin who is treated like a quote charity case, right? I'm not even going to get into the Emmett Till conversation because I mean, it's too low frequency at that point. But he talks about his cousin and how the and how the cousin's girlfriend, who is white, treat him like a charity case, but still he holds on to the notion that it is an elevation. And even in his articulation of who gives out status, it seems like he doesn't fully understand what he's saying, right? It doesn't matter. All this is brought to you by Themis and Thoth to prove that, like, this is not, the conversation about submission is not real because it's always intertwined with 50-50 and being independent. It is, I think it should be a moot. It should be a moot point now, but it's not. And the reason it's not is because we're feeding into it. I don't think the men online talking about it believe it. They can't. It would be literally intellectually remedial for them to even think that. What Julius meant to say was that Black men see other Black men who date white women as higher status than nobody else. That literally has to be the only thing he meant. There is no other way, unless he's saying, and it's funny because they won't, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do that. Yeah, that could be the only thing he meant. The other thing would actually be much, much worse. In any case, I wanted to show you guys a video that I came across. And this video is by a young man. I don't know, he looked older than me, but he was talking about Goldman Sachs. And I think the Goldman Sachs conversation is not going to go away. I don't, the the avenues for dispensing the money isn't even fully understood, right? But 50 billion, let's do 10 billion per year, right? If we're thinking about how much money this is, it is a lot. And I don't know why anyone would not want Black women to take that money. But then I find people online talking about why Black women shouldn't take the money. And somehow this is a white man attempting to break up the Black family again. So I'm going to play this video and we're going to respond to it. I'm going to drop the link, and I do want to have a discussion. I'm pausing because I feel like this could go left really fast, but I want to play this video that I found, and then we'll talk about it more. Julius was a mess, and I absolutely will not be interviewing him. When we reached out to each other, I thought it was a good idea, but then I finished watching the entirety of that interview, and I realized absolutely not. There's nothing to be gained from this interview, from interviewing him, that Pink Pill, Sinji, and Tanya TKO didn't already do.
Harris, my website, harrisjoshua.com. I appreciate you being here. Success goals and continually becoming a better man or woman on a daily basis. So, I want to talk about, I seen this Yahoo video about Goldman Sachs, and I believe a few other companies, are going to invest $10 billion, I believe, over 10 years or so, into Black women. And they specify Black women to encourage education and close the wage gap. Very interesting. Very interesting. I'm gonna leave a link in the description. Now, I want to say that if Goldman Sachs wants to give out billions of dollars, I have no problem with that. If they wanted to give it to Black women, Asian men, Arab women, I don't mind. I don't mind. The challenge that comes to mind for me with this is that, one, we're in 2021. This is not 1948. This is 2021, where information is abound right on your phone. You don't have to go to the library. You don't have to order books on Amazon. You can pull up your phone and look at the...
Hey, Uppity, how are you?
Look at how the system has treated Black men and Black women for the last 50 to 100 years. We can look at and see how this system is not for us. And overall, the road paved to hell is usually with good intentions. Again, whoever wants to get the money and whatever they're going to do, I'm fine with that. At the same time, this further separates and puts a hindrance, in my opinion, between black men and black women.
All right. I'm going to drop the link, and for this is the first anyone who if you understand already how, please let me know how, because I cannot for the life of me understand how women getting money would put a hindrance on the relationship between black men and black women. And it's not even like women getting money, it is it is a capital investment, but let's ignore the fact that it's about entrepreneurship, and it is in fact a capital investment in the most literal sense of the word, right? Capital, that is. All right. Even if true that they were just handing money out to women, someone said $10 billion to black men. Y'all need to stop. Please, someone, I'm going to drop the link and I'm going to pause for a moment because I want to know that maybe I am missing something. I could be missing something. And I'm not attacking you. I won't attack. It's fine. I just want to know why it is that $10 billion going to women would somehow cause an issue for the relationship with men. Let me know why that is. Don't worry, I'm not prepared to put Themis in the middle of anything. Please calm down. Wait, what? Let's not do this. I am Beyonce to the foolishness. I don't want. I'm not involved in anyone's drama, and that's not going to happen here. Um, I love who I love, regardless of what is happening. Hey, Deanne. Your thing is not connecting. Let's try this again.
Oh,
There you
hello.
go.
Okay, here we are.
All right. So, are you gonna tell me why black women getting 10 billion? She says 10, so let's go with his 10 billion, not the 50 billion. From Goldman Sachs is going to cause a strain on the relationship with men.
Yes, maybe if my signal holds up in search of the proper signal. Hold on. Okay, now you can't see. Okay, now you can. Is that better?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. So, all right, let's get a little more light in here. Let me explain how this works. There was a video that Goldman Sachs produced with the people who received capital investment. Now, to receive that capital investment, you had to meet certain qualifications for Goldman Sachs. Not like you were a black woman that rolled up. The number is $10 billion the last time I heard it, and it's $10,000 for 10,000 women. So that was sort of the math on that, if memory serves. You had to qualify for this. Your business had to be doing a certain amount of things. But the other thing you had to do, because it was a video that came out, you actually had to come to the business conference and learn how to pitch, how to promote, how to do advertising. There's a small video somewhere, and of course I don't have it on hand. Yes, this is going to cause problems because the people who handle big time capital have discovered that some members of the black community are teachable and other members are not. Some members will come to a conference to learn. They won't just trick off the money, styling, profiling, carrying on. They'll actually come and learn how to build a better business. They will meet the requirements. They will not make excuses for not meeting the requirements, and they are going to have a situation in which they're going to invest in someone who's going to give them a good return, who's going to follow the process. And because the other half of the black community does not feel that they should have to do this, yes, it is going to split. But it needs to be said, we're only talking about 10,000 women. When I last looked, there were between 17 and 18 million black women. Goldman Sachs isn't handing out 10,000 to all of them. I don't even know if Goldman Sachs has that kind of money. The woman need not usurp the man at the head of the household. We're talking $10,000. If your place can be usurped for $10,000, you don't qualify as a head of household. It's actually very simple.
All right, wait, before we move on from there, because I don't understand. By my calculations, it isn't it it shouldn't be enough money to do anything in terms of uprooting a man and kicking him out of the home. So why then would it be an issue? Like I'm actually kind of confused as to why men are saying this is an attack on them.
I can give you at least two reasons. Number one, the people online are a bunch of whiny brats, overgrown,
That
but also because there is a case to be made that since, again, teachable and able to work with conditions, more flexible, greater endurance, Black women are not a threat to white men. You know, just because white men understand the only threat to them basically in this system is another white man, in general, there are some exceptions to the rule. The United States colored troops pose a significant exception. So when Black men work united, yes, they can be. But if you had to pick 10,000 people to give $10,000 who are not going to be able to upset your system, you're more likely to choose women than the men. You can go back through history as far as you want. Being a woman has certain advantages. Even if your group of people is conquered, you will be allowed to move into the system faster than the men. Because here's what happens when you have a conquered man. Everybody knows a conquered man, this is the assumption, insufficient courage, insufficient strength, insufficient intelligence. Well, if someone is figuring out how to do capital investment, guess what? This also is the same characteristic that is going to cause people to look the other way when it comes to capital investment. Because if you're going to handle somebody's money, let's hope you have sufficient intelligence, strength, courage, and character. But if this group of people conquered you, nope, not going to happen. Unfortunately. Now,
wait, I'm going to stick a pin there because in terms of conquest, the Moynihan report is going to kind of, well, it's going to explicitly talk about this. And I think that's kind of important. So I probably will bring that up tomorrow also. So they're whining online. That's the one I'm going to go with for right now.
that's basically for right now. It's sufficient. Now I'll step down because you have some other people on the chat. You have some other people up here who may have different viewpoints from mine. I come from a viewpoint of being a business owner and watching my Black male counterparts choose to sell their businesses to white folks because they just got tired of people not seeing them as the owner. I'm like, if you just hung in there long enough, but I didn't have to put up with the daily disrespect because I am a woman. So it is a different feel, but the whining is big. But other people may have other perspectives. Thank you for your time. And if there's something interesting, I may come back later. See
Hey,
y'all.
thank you. Thank you, Dean. Jay Lavender, welcome to the membership, by the way. Was it Raquel?
It's Rochelle. One
Go
day.
ahead. One day.
Oh, I just find this very fascinating how the conversation about us comes in whenever it's about empowering Black women in any way. I just find that so fascinating, and I think it's just about they're worried about losing their grip and their power on a certain section of Black women. I think that's all it comes down to, about having financial control and knowing that if these women can empower themselves financially, they have much more freedom than they would have before. So I think
I
they
mean,
just see this as a threat.
that is true, though, right? Like with more independence, with more money, obviously, comes more independence. I don't understand how that is a problem. like that's the part that I don't get. Like I don't understand. And for it to be a problem that I understand would say something about the people who see it as a problem. And as someone who does not have a psychology degree, I don't know how to pathologize properly. And so, I mean, I have the DSM-5 and I've been diagnosing everyone in my family, but I don't know necessarily what it means about us if we object to women having
bettering them.
financial resources. Like it has to say something about the people who are angry. Like this man right here that I think is angry, and I could be wrong. This is an interpretation. It has to say something about that person's mindset for them to be angry that women are getting money. Like you can
Yeah,
admit it. You can say, "Hey, I want money too," but they don't come out
right.
and say that.
No, they never do. And I think it's just because we're so used to the images of black women, struggling or being in poverty and only having like what's around them to find like like their resources and neighborhoods and everything, and turning to what's closest to them economically. And I think they're, even if it's going to 10,000 black women, that's, to their mind, it's like 10,000 too many. Because imagine the impact that those 10,000 black women can have on a whole, on so many people around them. And it's just, I think it also speaks to like how they're worried about this, the kind of spark that this has, like in black women's subconscious, I feel. Because I don't know, I'm hearing the news that that 10,000 black women could get this amount of money to help their businesses. Like something sparks in my head about that. Like, oh, that's amazing. Like it inspires me, and I think they don't want black women to be inspired in any way and just deal with what
Uh,
they've been dealing with.
KD says men who place value in their ability to control. Oh, can you hear me?
Hmm.
Oh, men who place value in their ability to control those perceived to be weaker are very much threatened when those they view as weaker find a way out of their realm of control. This
Yep.
seems to be a bully mindset. Like
Yep.
someone. All right, actually, I actually find it really annoying because they don't come outright and say, "Give me money too." Um, which
I
I'll get into in a moment. TK, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that, and Katie said it. We you was fortunate. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
perfectly.
Thank you, Themis, for having this conversation. I must start saying that, and hello to
Uh,
all in the
No,
space.
thank you. Please don't start saying it. I actually feel weird when I hear it. It feels very weird.
But just what everybody's pointed out, very good points, and I was going to agree. Like we live the black male to black female relationship has always been a pimp. Actually, somebody called it a pimparchy. And I think that's is again about it's their level of masculinity or manhood is about how much they can control the women because they don't have control of any other resource outside of the women. So when the women are now being empowered, even if it's just 10,000 women, and Deanne did an amazing job of breaking down who are these women that are going to get this type of funding. It's not just because you're a black woman, you're getting it. You're a black woman plus all the other attributes that they were looking for. It's a loss of control because I think Lavender said it as well. Like if these 10,000 women are now being invested in, it inspires other black women to seek out their sovereignty or just autonomy and really being able to branch out of what we call Blackistan or to branch out from controlling um, underperforming situation that unfortunately a good mass majority of black men have came to. So I just see that as again, it's just a lot of defeated, hurt little boys whining on the internet. And also too, it's just a mindset of again, they're losing the only resource that they can control, which is black women. If black women start opening their minds and expanding their economics, their education, all the things that they say they're against, right? it shows again her ability to excel, and then women are more likely to excel in a
Second,
okay.
1 second, TK, I'm coming. Tips and tricks. This is not a male bashing channel. In fact,
goodness.
you can definitely come up and give your perspective on this. It's a free, everyone has the right to speak over here. So if you would like to speak, and if you think this is bashing, first off, you can come up and explain what you think is bashing, and then we can address what you think about Goldman Sachs and the conversation that we're having, which is a bit redundant, admittedly. But you can definitely please come up. Tips and tips, tips and tricks. Go ahead, TK. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's
This
fine.
is the link. Just click that link and you'll come up.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to land the plane there. It's again, it's anytime we point out the issues within the community, it can always seem like somebody's bashing, but that's not. We're just calling out what is taking place and doing our best to pathologize what is happening.
No, the thing is, it's interesting though. I find this interesting. I don't. If this was like hostile, like a hostile environment, then I would understand how you would be afraid to come up. And if you're a guy who thinks you're an alpha, you shouldn't be afraid to like come up, even if you think people are like bashing you, whatever it's words. So I just don't get how people come here and like literally everything they don't agree with is bashing. Like you can state a stat and it is bashing. And I don't understand why that is. And the people who do it are always afraid to come up and speak. I don't know that I'm scary, but maybe I am a scary person. I don't try to be, but I'm open to my mind being changed about certain things live on air. Anyway, thank you both.
Can I just say one more thing?
Yeah.
I think, like that commenter was saying, it just speaks to how like anything going against the status quo is seen as bashing, which is that is horrifying right there. That is how so many bad things are able to fester and go under the rug and happen for years because no one calls out the bad behavior. And it's like we need to call it out. It's not bashing, it's acknowledging the inequity and the control and what's going on and the problems. We can't just slide it under the rug and let like what these kinds of men say go unchallenged. That's how we have all these problems going on because
Yeah, I
they
mean,
can just say whatever.
I see someone in the like you can just come make a comment and disappear. And then we're left to clean it up. So I probably should just ignore the chat for a while. But I see someone behind here. So hopefully one of these people is I forgot something. I do tricks. I don't something like that. Tricks. VJ.
Hi. Can you hear me?
So you are not tricks. I can hear you.
Oh, I just wanted to add something to this conversation quickly, and then I'll go, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So a couple of things. So it kind of goes to show how much financial literacy certain people have, right? Because anyone who is remotely financially literate knows that banks don't just hand money out. Never, ever, ever. They do is there's a lot of research that goes into making a decision to invest money in a certain area. And for anyone that invests money, has retirement accounts and that sort of thing, you know that there's a lot of research that you should do before you decide where to put your money. Okay. So
Wait.
Yes.
Before you continue, tips and tricks. This is the last time I'm going to highlight your comment. I don't know what it is about me that is scaring you. I don't know what it is about the women speaking that is scaring you. But if you have a perspective and you would like to share it, please come on. You will have the space to talk. I will challenge you only to clarify things, not to tear you down or anything like that. Um, so if you just want to be in the chat, that's fine. But if you do want to have a conversation, which it seems like you do, because you keep commenting about the plight of Black men in relation to Black women and how Black women essentially have been coddled and Black men have faced vitriol in the media. Now, I disagree with this, but it doesn't mean I'm right. If you would like to come up and have this conversation, you are welcome to. I'm calling you out one last time. If you type again and I call you out, then I mean the moderators are just going to block you, um, because I don't see the point. If you think this is a space that is catered towards women and bashing Black men, and you have a perspective that is of value, I would think you would want to share that. There are 700 people here, and I think they would all learn something from you enlightening us on what we're doing incorrectly. All right. Sorry. Go ahead, VJ.
Thank you. So just on the investment side of it and the banking side of it, please understand that Goldman Sachs did extensive research before they decided to move forward with this process in investing in Black women. And the reason why is because in just about every industry that you look in, Black women are killing it. Black women work hard. Whether it's in pharmacy, public health, academia, you name it. Usually, whenever a company or an organization takes the time to hire or invest in a Black woman professional, they get a lot of return on that investment. This isn't a secret. So please believe that Goldman Sachs understands that. They know that they're making a good investment in helping these women invest in their businesses. Secondly, I would say overall, the backlash that's coming out behind this, I think it's just rooted in jealousy. And then also, the other thing I would say about it, and then I'll go, is that any man that has an issue with this, they're just they just don't have any wealth of their own. They just don't. Any man.
Or I mean, seriously, they could be feminists and they're like, men and women should be treated equally. And if white men are giving Black women money, they should also give Black men money. Like, just come out and say it. I won't judge. I mean,
Yeah.
I might judge you privately, but I won't judge you publicly.
Yes. And so yeah, that's basically all I wanted to contribute.
Thank you. Capital investment is not done without sort of a cost benefit analysis. Like, it's just the people aren't just
Absolutely not.
throwing money
Yeah.
out there.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
But
Yep.
yeah.
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Black Widow. Black Widow, you're muted. You are muted. All right. Well, I don't know if you are trolling or I feel like you just want your name. Black Widow. All right, we're gonna move on. But I appreciate you coming on. I'm not sure if you are the person that I think you are. I'm not playing with y'all today in the chat. Let's continue watching this video. I actually would love for one of the men who disagree with me to come on. With this, I mean, I don't know what there is to disagree with because I haven't said anything yet. Like, I feel like I haven't said anything yet. But let's continue.
Oh, Themis, before you start, I wanted to say thank you again for holding this conversation. And then just lastly, before I go, I think another layer is too that there is this level of understanding that they may not know what to do with that fund if they were even to get funded, because we already see when communities pour into the women it actually benefits the community, right? And unfortunately, when you pour into just where the state of men are at right now, that those funds dwindle. So I think it's just a level of unconscious anger of knowing that they won't be able to maximize on that type of funding the way women do. So that's the only thing I wanted to add again. Thank you.
Yeah. The white man is sleeping with black women and gay black men. I feel like I read that comment with like a hint of jealousy behind it. Like, do you? I feel like the only reason you're saying that is because you have a problem with this. And so if your problem that you should be Alpha, I don't think this comment is doing what you think it's supposed to do. So, oh my God. Do you want to be? I'm confused. Alpha, please come on. You please come on. I would love to hear what the problem is. Isn't this who? Aren't these the people who should be men should sleep with? Like I don't understand. Like I feel like men sleep with other gay men, and men sleep with women. Like, oh, should they sleep with straight men? Like I'm confused. Like what is this comment supposed to do? Like, are we just saying facts now? Like it is hot in Houston. Like water is wet. Like I don't I don't understand. Like I know you're trolling, but like, is this this is actually quite funny. The white man is sleeping with black women and gay black men. They also sleep with white women too. I'm pretty sure they. I'm pretty sure they sleep with white women too. Like I don't understand. Is there an issue here? Please let me know what, because it's also in all bowls. So like you're shouting this from somewhere in the crowd, like you're at the back somewhere shouting, the white man is sleeping with black women and gay black men. And like I would add, they're also sleeping with other races of women and other races of men. Like I think that's a thing. It happens. I don't know what to. I'm trying to understand what to do with this comment, but I don't know what to do with this comment. What should I do with this comment? Yes, white men are doing this. Apple said, "Damn, where my way?" Look, this is the vibe I'm getting. This is the vibe I'm getting. So, period. Let's continue. Oh, Black Widow came back. Hey.
Hello, Themis. I'm sorry. My
Oh, I
stream.
wish you were. I wish you were someone else.
I was
Ah,
like, oh my
no,
gosh, he thinks I'm a troll.
no, you're fine. You're fine. I'm glad you came on.
Yeah, it crashed on me like 3 times, and I was like, oh no.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm also sorry because I thought I was like, I need this to be the right person, but you are the right person in the right time. Go ahead.
I posted in the chat so fast before I got attacked. I was like, oh, let me clear my name. But I just wanted to make a quick point about the Goldman Sachs real quick. As someone who used to be an avid organizer and activist, I do want to personally put this out there about the reason why Black men specifically as a demographic are not getting money. Like Black men have literally shown no improvements in the last 20 plus years. It is that real. I've done grassroots organizing. So I used to be like more so on the ground, and I would be the person who would do like more so the public relations and stuff like that, like speaking with senators about like police reform. And when I tell you, that was a whole waste of time. The way Black men do not show up to even like the local council meetings, to even defend their own children from policing and things of that nature, that all ripples into this like big effect of the reason why they get no help or public funding. And
Oh,
I don't
pause,
think they
pause,
really.
pause. This is important too. Like this echoes what you're saying. The PPP loans. So before I was trying to get a bunch of attorneys to help people fight back regarding being indicted and under investigation for PPP loan fraud until I actually read what they were doing with this money. Because I thought they were like scamming the system to buy food or whatever. No, they were buying cars and houses. They're buying cars and sneakers, not even houses. So I saw this and I was like, do I care enough to invest my time and resources into pushing back against a system? Because like obviously everyone saw this setup from a mile away, right? These loans are there. You are all able to like get it. Essentially, you can fraud the system easily in talking about your company employment without a lot of proof. When I saw the paperwork for getting the PPP loan, I was like, this seems too easy. Something is wrong here. This is not it. And lo and behold, people fell for it. Too many
Yep.
people fell for it. I was like, wait. So y'all, I was like, wait. So y'all thought the government wasn't tracking you taking out $60,000 to pay employees you don't have for a corporation you don't own. You just thought the government was just giving money away like that.
60,000. I think you forgot about the men who took out almost $1 to $5 million to buy Porsches to trick on strippers. I think you forgot that part.
No, the reason I forgot that part is so I was trying to get this firm, not mine, but the firm, to do pro bono in trying to fight against this idea that there were large scale PPP loan fraud, right? And I was like, no, there's not large scale PPP loan fraud. And I was explaining why. And then I got hit in the face with the actual research that said there was, in fact, PPP loan fraud. And then I retorted and said, well, they wanted it for necessities. It is a like people needed this money. And then I got hit in the face again with what they actually bought with this PPP loan. And I sat there and I was like, yeah, all right, well, the attorneys aren't going to help, and I'm not going to do this by myself. And in fact, I am very much embarrassed. So I'm just going to go sit somewhere and not do this. And I actually, there's someone specific that I'm thinking about. That's why I said 60K.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I got hit in the face. Like these attorney was like, nope, not doing that. I'm not. They deserve this. They deserve this. And I've never heard people say like, quote unquote, poor people deserve something. But then I looked what was bought, and I was like, oh my god.
Yep. Nothing to cover anything. Nothing to save themselves. Like, it was very common to see, and that's what really snapped me out of it, because I got to see it firsthand. Like, we would have like mental health resources, like the whole with the suicide rate really hiring amongst Black children, especially Black boys. I'm telling you right now, that was an ongoing problem. And I remember recently on Twitter they had posted about it, and guess who said, well, if they're offering the resources, how come they don't really offer it to us in a way that it would appeal to us? Like, if you need help, right, the hospital is not coming to you. You're going to the hospital.
I mean, they're
So
not even doing that, but
it's just the way, like, they have constantly been in constant subjugation. I've seen it. I remember there would be times we would have to literally beg Black men to come to the council meetings, because at the time, this was like back in 2014, 2015, police reform and stuff like that was really getting out there. And, especially with like the oncoming of like, Trayvon Martin, all these things. And we would literally have to beg Black men to come mentor young boys in the schools, because, they were like unaliving each other and all this stuff. Like Black.
So wait, I'm going to pause there, because the whole we need fathers in the home, after T.I.'s son, which we're going to talk about now, and I'm going to use Erica's video because Erica was dragging everyone. No way. She left no one. She dragged the child, she dragged the father, she dragged the mother, she dragged the society. So instead of me doing anything, I'll just play Erica's video because there's nothing more for me to add to Erica's video. If you haven't seen it, you'll see it today, and you should probably go watch it again. But I must stick a pin there. We saw how they did with the PPP loan, so we know what they would have done if Goldman Sachs was foolish enough to invest in them. And this is, by the way, what I was responding to, Sin. Your comment here. I cannot understand how no one saw like that the government was going to come after them. Like you are not gonna just get, like, you have to file tax. Well, I guess a lot of people don't. I saw this from a mile away and I knew the setup. By the way, I didn't say let's start a task force after people were getting PPP loans and doing whatever. I did it before. As soon as I saw how easy it was, I was like, got it. So this is what's going to happen. And I knew it. But what they bought with it left no space for any kind of mercy argument. Like, what was done with it by and large was not helping small business. That's not what they did with that money. That was Black Widow, right?
Yeah.
All right. Was it
Okay.
Love? I'm just gonna go Love.
Hello,
Hey,
can you hear me?
yeah, barely though.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to chime in and chime out. I think it's very funny how the same men who are whining are the same men who gather up on, or would gather up, on Kevin Samuel's channel, for example, and just go on about how many options they have and how they're such high value men. And it's quite astounding that high value men who claim to not care about a woman's money have a problem with anyone investing into Black women. If they don't have such a problem, if they don't care so much, why is it bothering them? But yeah, it's just, that's all I wanted to say.
No, I appreciate that. So I think that social media is going to allow, I hope that at least my video and some other men video on here will show up in the archive in the future when we as a Black men become pathologized. Because we will be. There is no reason, absolutely none, for us to be acting this way online. There is absolutely none. And the jealousy that I think is going to be ascribed to what happened in reaction to Goldman Sachs is going to be really disturbing in the future. I mean, the fact that we didn't see the PPP loans as a setup means that we don't see setups when they're happening. Now, social media wasn't a setup necessarily, but it feels like we are now putting all our, I was going to use the word degeneracy. We're putting all our issues out there for the world to see and
It's
analyze.
degeneracy.
We're putting it out there for the world to analyze. And when they do, what is going to happen to us in the public? Because I think as a culture, I think we know that there are some huge problems. So I know we know that. But I don't know. I mean, the Moynihan report literally pointed it out. So I guess the white community also knew this. But when we talk like this, and we create the divide between the Black man and the Black woman, and when Black men are online in the way that we are, it is very difficult for social anthropologists generally, for sociologists, the Black feminists that they hate, for psychologists, for all of them to ignore. After a while, it's going to be very difficult to ignore something that is festering so openly without like engaging at all. Like, you will not be under the radar. We're exposing ourselves in a way that is going to allow for people to further pathologize. The problem with the Moynihan report, from many people's mind at the time when it was written, is that it was in fact pathologizing, and there was an issue with a white man pathologizing the Black community, and everyone is kind of shying away from this kind of diagnosing a problem in the realm of pathology. And I don't know that we will escape that for much longer if we continue doing this. And unfortunately, I am also a part of this group that will become pathologized. Hopefully, Black women, in the way that we have segmented Black and white, and Black men and Black women, will be spared. But I don't even know if that's true. Like, I don't know if in the future sort of research, in the way that like the Moynihan report just kind of ignores women and say, well, they had to take on the mantle of independence and be the breadwinner because the man left the home. If that kind of dismissive tone will be taken when it comes to women, or will women be lumped into Blackness because of what is happening online? I don't know. But there's a clear separation being made. Let me continue because I've been talking too long and we haven't watched the video yet. I hate that so much, Themis. I hate that good Black men like you and others will be pulled into this. The thing is, I hate it for myself, and it's not because I'm a quote unquote good Black man. It's rather, it's like, I just wish we knew better how to play the game. Like, if we are out here just saying all this stuff, obviously it's going to be a problem. It is going to be a problem. Like, you're not going to be allowed to do this continuously without no recourse. Like, someone is going to come back, look at all of this content, and point out that there is something deeply wrong. And maybe that's what we need. Maybe we do need a systemic approach, and we know what happens when the system get involved. It's never good. So actually, that's not what we need. Unless we can agree that the system is not racist, we don't need the system coming in to correct us. But if that's what's going to happen, it's what's going to happen, because it's not going to continue. I know it's not going to continue. Let's continue with this video. And I can tell, and I know the reason I'm like talking about it so openly is because I didn't talk about the PPP loan openly. And I feel like I didn't have to, because it was so obvious that if you're taking the money out, please do what you said you were going to do with it in relation to your corporation, your LLC. When it comes to paying your employees, make sure you have employees to pay. Like,
and I say that because Black women cannot go forward without Black men. Unless they want to continue to be second, third, fourth tier in society, because let's be honest, Black women, our BWs, I don't know if I'm supposed to say Black women, our Black women are not put on the same level as white women, Asian women, even Latina women. Latina women hold more power in America than Black women. That's because Latina women stand by their man. And when you come as a family unit and you come together as a whole, you're able to dictate things more so than being independent. And unfortunately, our Black women have been preaching independence since like 60s.
And nobody, Black women was not preaching independence. This is some foolishness that I don't like. By the way, this is why I want more men to come on and talk, because like maybe I have misunderstood. Damien, Latinas are white. Latinas are white, are Black actually. But he's gonna mix up race with. All right. I don't disagree with him that white women have been pedestalized. Whose duty is it to pedestalize women? And I know this is going to be a very kind of patriarchal approach to this conversation. And if you're a feminist and you're triggered by this, please feel free to come up and argue with me. It's fine. I don't mind. It is, unfortunately, the male gaze and what is promoted by the men in a culture that is dominated by men that is seen as beautiful, right? White women weren't beautiful because they're naturally beautiful or some objective standard out there, no matter what anyone want to tell you, says they're beautiful. No, they're seen as beautiful in a culture dominated by men who say they are beautiful. That is literally it. So if you are saying black women are whatever, third, fourth, whatever, black women are by and large with black men now. So if you're not going to elevate them, I don't know. Like, I don't understand the argument. Also, I don't care about it. You can go where you can go without us, with us. I don't care. You can believe what you want to believe on that front. It doesn't matter to me. But let's hear this part again. Because the independence bit is what's frustrating to me. And I feel like the Moynihan report keeps coming up. And I promise I'm not trying to talk about it right now. But like, when you say black women have been preaching independence, you're ignoring something major regarding independence of black women, regarding who. All right, let's do it. Let me go back a little.
Than being independent. And unfortunately, our black women have been preaching independence since like 60s, 70s. This whole independent, feminist kind of nonsense.
There's no sound, Themis.
Thank you. We can go back to. I wasn't calling you dumb, Themis. I was responding to the bandit in. Oh no. I know. No, I understand what you were saying. No. I get it. I figured you weren't. No. I completely get that. What I was trying to understand, right, is people keep saying that we need to go back to the 1950s or something another regarding women submitting and living the life of the 1950s specifically. I don't know who they're talking to and about, because if you read the Moynihan report, which apparently everyone keeps citing, it literally says black women have been working alongside. Actually, it doesn't say black women have been working alongside. Black women have been leading the household in terms of their employment, education, and actually providing financially since they left the plantation, even while on the plantation. So it is actually quite fascinating to me to hear black men talk about how black women are leading the feminist movement. Black feminist actually is not what people think it is. Intersectional feminism is not what people think it is. It is not about what women wanting supremacy. In fact, people argue black women, a lot of black women aren't feminists because the feminists who are arguing for equality aren't only arguing for equality based on sex. The intersectional feminists are arguing for equality based on class and race. And in fact, race take precedence for black feminists over everything else. It's actually quite interesting that the group they hate the most seem to be the group that's fighting for them the most. Like, we've done this video and I talk about putting down the burden because, like, absolutely not. LB, I see you on. LB, you're muted.
Sorry. Hi.
Hey.
I came on shortly after a comment that I wanted to respond to, but it's passed already, and I don't want to like distract from where we're at.
All right. Does anyone want to respond to this really quickly?
I
By the
do.
way, before we go, if there's someone here that is like reminiscing about the 1950s, talking about how feminism is bad for the black man and the black community, I actually don't fully disagree with you, but I actually want to hear why. Because I think a lot of men hate feminism but espouses feminist ideals. So if you are here, please come on. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that this man is representative to me of how a lot of Black men think. And I think a lot of Black men don't really view themselves as men in general because they constantly do not understand how a patriarchy works. Women, no matter what race or ethnicity, our connection to men matters. The man that you're with or you connect yourself to is either leverages you or brings you down. Like, it is what it is. When he kept saying that, like, oh, well, it's because they sit beside their men, that is not true. It's because their men elevate them. White women specifically are a good example of how their privilege is directly connected to the race. And
Wait. I love that so much, and I had to stop you there. Black women stick by black men. So by his logic, we should be like literally to the moon and beyond. But by his logic, that it is the sticking by your man, your quote unquote man, I hate that phrasing too, that you elevate. Black women are the most loyal group of women on the face of the earth, statistically. So I'm confused. Continue.
yeah, and so the way he like has said it, right? It puts Black women in the position like we are in control of how completely we are seen as women, and when in reality, under a patriarchy, it's men. Like, men literally set the values, even what it is to be desirable and etc. So even with so-called white women, for example, white women know that their privilege lies in race. That's why when, Donald Trump and stuff was running for president, everybody was shocked that white women came through and voted for him. Like, no, it's not a shock because their race is what gives them the privilege.
I don't know
And the
why people
men,
were shocked about that. Like I
right,
was.
right. And white men elevating white women is what gives them the quote unquote right white women being protected. So the fact that constantly, and he's not the first, again, he's not the first Black man I've ever like heard say this, the constant like conversation around Black men saying that we need to stick by them, they don't understand that for you to keep telling us that while we're doing that, you are literally saying that you are the one who is bringing us down. That is the reason why we are not elevated. If you see in history, even to this day, that we have stuck by you through this whole time, and you cannot like seem to see that, then you are just in utter delusion, and you will never come to the point where you see yourself that as a patriarch or so-called man, right? The leading how do you call it, the one with the most privilege in the Black community, you don't see how like you are the one who like all like the precedents are set, right? So everyone kind of follows you, all queer people and all women. And it's like, since you are at the bottom, that means we're at the bottom. We are like, you symbolize that. So it's like he's not getting it. Like, for example, for him to even say Latin women, as a matter of fact, Latin women are even separating from their men. Like,
No,
even
but
they're
he does.
leaving.
I think I don't understand how there's no understanding that it is the proximity to whiteness that elevates these other groups of women, right? Like either they're white and elevated, or there is proximity to white, and the culture, the dominant culture is white. So the closer you are to white, the more power you have in a society that is structured and based on that proximity to whiteness. So even you articulating all those other women highlights how we have failed to elevate the women in our community to the. I'm done. I'm over it. No, next. I'm gonna
And
just
not
move
only
on.
that, but they're
Yeah.
completely blind to the fact that we are standing right beside them. They're completely blind to it. That literally lets you know right there that they're saying that we're not beside you. They're Black women have been standing beside you since before you got on the boat. So that means you literally don't see them standing beside you.
Can I
So there's
admit
no point to
something?
stand beside them at all if they can't see you. So
Can I
leave.
admit something? I'm going to admit something. I've said this before. I did not expect women to be like the main subscribers on this channel at all. The reason being is there's this conversation happening that like the women online aren't around and they don't care and all they want to do is drag and blah blah blah. And it's like, all right, so now they're here randomly. All right, great. You come to talk and you can't even argue. Like I literally had a stream say, let's hold Black women accountable. Literally. And I was like, all right, I'm here. I'm ready to listen. I give you the full floor to speak to the audience of 90% women. Tell me what they should be accountable for, and there will be no women up here to interrupt you at all. You get to talk to them and tell them what the problem is. No one could find like something to hold them accountable for. Like no one. And then you get mad that it's like female centered, not random females. You agree? Oh, thank you. There's no, like, I just don't get it. Dean, wait, all right. Jessica X.
Hello, Venus.
How are you?
I'm well. I wanted to know why you're lying to the people.
I didn't
Why are
hear
you
you.
lying, Venus? Why are you lying?
Oh, what am I lying about?
Everything regarding Black women.
No. Well, she left.
Is that Jessica from before? Like Jessica?
I that sounds
You
like
don't remember her, huh?
that sounds like a British Jessica now. That's not the same Jessica. This Jessica sounded British.
No, there was a British one a while ago.
Wait, people kept saying I needed to talk to someone named Jessica X before. Is that the Jessica X? Like I don't know a Jessica X.
I don't think that was the real Jessica X. It sounds like some British woman, but that doesn't sound like Jessica, the real one, the real Jessica X. There's a YouTuber. There is a real YouTuber. Hold on, Themis, hold on. There is a real YouTuber. Her name is Jessica X. There is a real one. I think that's the one that they want you to talk to. But the woman that just came up here, her name was Jessica X, but that does not sound like the woman I heard yesterday. That was the actual Jessica X. I don't know who that woman was. It's another British voice, but that did not sound like her.
All right, so there is a British YouTuber named Jessica X.
Yeah, if you just type in Jessica X, you'll probably be able to find her. But I'm not sure if that was her because that's normally not her profile picture.
No.
She usually has her face.
Well,
Yeah.
I did not kick her out. I don't mind if she's Jessica X. If you are here and you want to speak and you think I'm lying to Black women, please feel free. I don't mind. I love an accountability session.
I think she's a troll and she's a regular impersonator of the other Jessica X.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. Let's continue.
And I'm not blaming them for it. I understand that white society has done damage to both Black men and Black women. From the drug laws and the incarceration, to bringing the drugs, the crack and everything, coke into the community. Look at Chicago. All those guns. How you think those guns are getting into Chicago, ending up into Black neighborhoods? To the welfare system, to the court system. It's done a number on both our men and our women. Unfortunately, though, this stimulus, which is really sounds like they're going to just promote more social programs. You know, I laugh because the video talks about how
the private sector is about to invest capital and you're calling it social. All right, I'm whatever. It's fine.
how they're going to further the education of Black women. But Black women have already been saying that they're already fully educated. So how much more education do they need? You know, They're going to expand the housing. They're going to close.
Did he just say how much more social program do they need? Yeah. Period.
Expand the housing. They're going to close the wage gap. We have to understand that when they talk about the wage gap, it's how they're going to further the education of black women. But black women have already been saying that they're already fully educated. So how much more education?
In what world did we say black women are quote unquote fully educated? Not you misquoting, because that's an intentional misquote. Black women are more educated than black men, but they're not fully educated. But you know that. Well, maybe he doesn't actually. I've been giving people way too much credit. But they're fully educated. So how much more do they need? Is this man saying black women have arrived and black women don't need any more help? What he doesn't do is take the extra step, which is black women are fully educated. They don't need no more money. They're great. Now give me. The give me money part is the part he keeps leaving out. Like he keeps not saying what he wants to say, which is give me money. And period. Like, period. Ask for your money. It's your money and you need it now. I forgot which commercial that is.
JP Morgan, I think.
Education do they need? You know, they're going to expand the housing. They're going to close the wage gap. We have to understand that when they talk about the wage gap between women, black women, white women, they're in comparison to white men. White men are the dominant men in this society for now, because that is changing. Okay?
I didn't know this, but did y'all know that it's changing? White men are I know Asian have, in terms of socioeconomic income, literally income, have surpassed white men in how much money they make. I didn't realize there was a switch happening in terms of power, but if there is, period, because I obviously he's not going to cite that, but like, period.
I have a question.
America,
someone said something.
Yeah, that was me. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, why is he's saying this so proudly, like, and like pretty much saying white men aren't going to be on top anymore, but he's saying that as if black men are about to take their spot.
All right. Well,
what was the point of that statement?
When he said it so proudly, I thought you were talking about subjugation. He like owned subjugation so proudly. I was actually very sad by it. I was gonna ignore it. A little bit like my black male heart cannot take anymore. Like he just kind of just said, he was like, white men are the top, and like even saying that, just like, oh my god, like I'm not. I don't know. Like I don't know why. But also to your second point regarding who is gonna take it, he said it, and I think he said it. And if you're an audience member, you're supposed to infer, if you're black, that we are going to take it. I hope that's not what he meant, because how and where and when and like why, but more importantly, cite your source.
Honestly, oh sorry. I don't think I don't think he meant for us to like think that black men were gonna take it. I think he just in his mind has built up white men as such an enemy that it doesn't matter who takes him down. He's just happy the white man's getting taken down. But I'm like, dude, your focus is in the wrong place. Like, it's not about who you're taking down. It's about where you're at. Like, where are you? Like, what are you building? Like, how are you going to get to where you need to be? Like, you're so focused on where everybody else is, but nobody else is taking care of your woman while you're over here, like, fixated on them.
Yeah. I mean, if you believe in the sort of alpha male tradition, maybe, and I'm being very generous now, maybe it is these men are providing something that I cannot provide myself to what I believe to be are my women, quote, and I feel some kind of way about that. How dare you? And that is coming out in not so articulate of a way, right? So maybe he's upset but doesn't know how to, like, because I can't compete with $10 billion. So because I can compete with $10 billion, I'm going to be angry. But I think that is an incorrect interpretation, and the more likely interpretation is that he's jealous. So yeah. There's a someone called Onyx, but like your device is not connected. Oh, eclectic. Why do I keep doing that? It's eclectic.
No problem.
Go ahead.
So I don't want to hold up too much of your time and just be sitting up here and let other people up. But I actually took notes and I had some really intellectual things to say. But after that last comment, I'm just, is this a joke? I don't understand the conversation in itself. The fact that they even frame this conversation as an attack as a time to attack and demean Black women is crazy to me. Because even in this conversation, this man has said that Goldman Sachs, like they're trying to uplift Black women, but they need to stay where we're at. And their problem is with white men, but they won't say it because they're not going to do anything about it. That's just the real initial problem I have with it. How do you frame this to be Black women's fault when they're just not giving you this opportunity because you guys don't do the work? That's really all it is. I'm going to give you $10,000 for you to do what with it? I just don't get how around all these conversations, it's like, yes, white supremacy, racism, it's breaking me down. But then next week, they want to be exactly like white men. And white men are your problem in this situation, but you're just not taking your problem to them. You want to just sit on the internet and embarrass yourself. That's why I'm like, is this a joke?
I mean, I thought it was a joke initially too. But let's continue. You can stay on. I'm concerned and hope I'm going to add you in 2 seconds.
For now, because that is changing. Okay? But for right now in America, white men are the top of the ladder. And so when they're making wage gap comparisons, they're making it to white men. You never hear about Black men. You never hear about Latino men. It's always in comparison to white men. So overall, this is not to rant or to hate or to say anything negative. It's just time for our people to realize that the powers that be will do anything to divide us. Because let me tell you something. As much
even if they're comparing Black women's income to white men's income and they're trying to close that gap, I still don't get how that is a problem about divide. You keep saying divide as if it is a buzzword, and sure, maybe it is a buzzword. Why? How? How is this going to divide Black women from Black men? Please explain to me how it's going to divide Black men from Black women, because that's what I want. I want you to tell me how. How is it that Black women getting money in your mind, we're not even going to care about what to do, what, and what's going to attach. Tell me how this causes a divide, because that's where my problem is. Because if you think the divide is going to come because you don't have power and domination economically over a group of people, then I'm going to have a problem with that. So I need you to say the unspoken part of this, which is, how will this create a divide? How is Black women getting money in your mind? No caveat at all. No nuance. How is that? How is it going to cause a divide? That's what I want to know. You can't divide what. Period. You can't divide what's not unified.
And I would go a step further and say, why do I want to sit with you here at the bottom?
You're on mute, Timmons.
Thank you. We're going to talk about those. I have to mute myself because of the echo, but let's continue. 1 second. You can't divide what's not unified. Period. And the reason it's not unified is not from the woman's side. All right, let me not get into this because it's actually, oh my God, it's just, we're just going out bad, right? That's the phrase, right? We're going out bad. It means we're taking an L, right? I think that's correct.
Women are strong. Our women can be smart when they want to be smart. And I'm not saying smart in relation to your education or your degree. I'm talking about realizing the power you have standing beside your black men.
I had to take it off
I can.
The
The
power
reason
of
I can
standing by
is
your black man who refuses to do anything for himself other than sleep around with a bunch of women.
But I don't even even if true, like I don't understand how this is a divide. Like unless you're saying like Sin just pointed out where there's no unity currently, so there's no divide that's going to create. I don't understand how, like, can you imagine, like, imagine you were in a relationship with someone and they got a ton of money, right? Isn't that good? Like, if you care about someone and you love someone, would that not be a good thing? I don't understand why you would think that's a bad thing. Like, I don't know.
And these are the same dudes who will like tell us that there's no black community. Who that will be their opening argument. There's no black community. Like they're basically just pouting all around. Like nothing is ever fair. They can never work on anything, never work with anything. It's just so strange because again, you want me to stand next to you, but when we stand together, you don't want to be a good partner. You don't have anywhere for us to go. You don't have any plans and you're hoping that I'm going to stay with you right here. What if I don't want to sit with you right here? You're going to pout and take and do all of this instead of making a legitimate, like, make it attractive. You know?
But actually, Dean, are you here? If you're here, just talk. I would like for you, because I am feeling like this is kind of one-sided, and it's the side that I already believe. And I mean, I just don't see the argument on the other side. So can someone, a hotep, or like, is that derogatory? Is the phrase hotep derogatory?
Yes.
All right. Sorry. Can someone who believes that this is going to cause a divide, please explain it to me? Because this man is not giving what needs to be given.
So famous.
Uh-huh.
I have like the beginning of the argument, but I'm still trying to figure out where it goes.
No. I want someone who believes the argument.
Oh, I have to believe it? Okay.
Yeah, no, because the reason I wanted to believe is because like I want to get to the root of why this is such a huge issue. Because I feel like it's not supposed to be an issue at all. Like at all. So black men have been saying publicly for decades that the community is a matriarchy, but then complain when other groups invest. Period. Wait, actually though. Actually, because like I would rebut that it's a matriarchy, but I think it's a failed patriarchy, right? I don't remember who said that. Someone on YouTube said that. That's not my phrasing, but someone said that, right? Like this is actually perfect. So black men have been saying publicly for decades that the community is a matriarchy, but then complain when other groups invest in the like if you oh God. So yeah, well that's that on that. Thank you all for being here. That's actually quite funny. I mean, yeah, well Period. Black men told Goldman Sachs who to give the money to when they said, yeah. I mean, that's essentially what you just said. Dang. That is a word. Who are you going to give the money to? Like, if you got, oh my God.
It's the same thing with divestment and swirling. It's the same damn thing. They cause their own problem. Black women, you're the most undesired. Okay, well then they're just gonna go to somebody else. Oh no, don't do that. No, you caused your own problem, dummy. You keep saying that they're the most undesirable. You don't want black women. Okay, well then they're gonna go to somebody else who does want them. Stop creating your own curses. Keep your mouth shut.
And
I mean,
that's
there's
on
nothing more.
manifestation.
That is on the law of attraction. Oh my God. I mean, there's your answer. For everyone asking I mean, that is, I feel like I need not go any further. You told them where to invest, actually. You told them where to, and you said it was a matriarchy, so all right, period. In a matriarchy here, women. All right, I love that. Thank you, Sunji. It's the divide between, because black men are competing with black women for proximity to whiteness. Actually, that's the funny thing. White women, black women are not. I don't understand how we became the ones who wanted proximity, because by and large, I don't think black women care about proximity to whiteness. It is a very recent occurrence that the divestment movement have picked up steam, and it's still a very small. It is extremely small. Most women online, most women in the world, black women, aren't divestors.
Can I highlight something real quick? Oh, sorry.
Wait, maybe Dean wants to do. Wait, was that LB?
I didn't mean to interrupt you, though. Go ahead.
Maybe Dean wants to do. Look, is Dean still here? Dean might not be here. Dean might not be here because, like, I would want someone else to come on. Did I tag the manosphere or something? I should have tagged the manosphere so that they could come over, because I need to. I will forever use that now. Who should they have invested in when you told them this was a matriarchy? What were they supposed to do? Give it what? Sorry. I mean, this should not be so funny, but at this point, let's just devolve into chaos. Go ahead, LB.
I was just going to point out that just as we said earlier in this live, you once again called for men to come through and to give their perspective and to even out the conversation, but nobody showed up. I just want to put that, just highlight that.
Yeah, and the thing is, please use it. I will. I promise you I will. Because every time someone comes up here, they talk about how everyone is investing in black women and there's no nothing for black boys and blah, 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 which is not true. But I'm just going to do a shorthand. You said it's a matriarchy, right? They're going to be like, yes, it's a matriarchy. That's why it's failing, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, all right, cool. Then that makes sense. Then why the outside community would invest in the women. If it is a matriarchy, why would they invest in you? And it's not that funny, but it's really poignant. It is perfect.
It is funny because it lets you know that they want something for nothing.
Yeah.
Facts.
Definitely a fun setup.
Welcome. Go ahead.
Can I give them something to start with and see if they show up and bite?
I don't. So what is happening on this chat? What I think started happening is that the men who oppose are cloud watching now instead of engaging. And maybe if I was debating in a mean way, they would care more for it, because I just don't understand. You get the opportunity to talk, and it feels like they actually don't want to talk. It feels like they just want you to go back and forth with them and when you allow them the space to speak, they say nothing. And then I've been allowing them the space to speak, and no one has been speaking.
You know what it reminds me of? I don't know if you've ever seen this like little short snippet of I don't know if you watch Family Guy, but it reminds me of when Stewie goes to his mom and he's like, ma, 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 mama, ma, 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 and then she says, what? And then he's like, hi, and just walks away. Like that's how I feel when guys come up here.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this point, it might be a lot of emotional investment on their part, but I just don't understand, and nor do I. Like, I care a lot to understand why things are happening the way that they are, but it's very difficult for me to sit here and I'm not going to beg you to come in and speak. Female chat twerkers took black men out of the home, but I would love for them to, and it does feel like that. That's a great sort of point, LB. Concerned, and then wait, I'm not for everyone. You've been up here for a while. You're muted.
Oh yeah, I've been just talking and interjecting while people been talking.
Oh, you have? Good. I thought I was ignoring you completely, and I was like, no.
Oh no, I've been getting my shots in.
All right, good. Hope.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, everyone. I don't even know where to start with this. Like, the video is almost so bad, it's kind of comical in a sad way. Like, at first, I like what Eclectic said. Like, she took notes, and I did too, because I'm like, oh, cool, economics, finance, that's what I do. But he didn't make any, like, coherent, legitimate points. Even when he would say things like comparing the access to power that Black women have versus other women, like, the conclusion from that isn't that, oh, well, they're gaining more power and resources by this investment, therefore our unit as Black people will increase. He sees it as a negative because he doesn't see himself as a partner to Black women.
I mean, they're in competition with Black women. Like,
exactly.
The funny thing is, and I don't actually like this, I think it's kind of sexist, but like, the way the Moynihan report treats Black women is extremely dismissive. Almost like women don't even, like, how is this possible? Like, women, what is a woman, kind of thing. And it's like very focused on men and why men should lead and why men should provide. I actually find that hugely problematic. But the way these men are competing with women, it's like, how? Like, the other groups of men don't even, like, women are the ones fighting for equality because these men are like, okay, we're not even paying attention to these women, which again, hugely problematic in its own way. It's just like, yeah, it's not a partnership, it's the
competition. Historically, they didn't pay attention to Black women, especially. That is why it is a group that has been historically not invested in, and this is why it's a good opportunity right now for an investment in Black women. And Black women have shown that they are, I mean, they've done the work on every level, from the organizations that even Goldman says in their website they have partnered up with Black women organizations, to the education levels, to the businesses that Black women have started. Like, this is not a charity. So it's just, I don't even know where to start. Like, I even put some links in our chat. Like, even the UN says that when more women work, economies grow. Like, this is kind of like an economic fact. Anybody who knows anything about economy, when you go into any space, you invest in women. They're the multiplier.
Yeah. The Moynihan mentioned Black women to say that we're not a threat to it. Yeah. That, like, I'm excited for tomorrow, actually. Hopefully people who have covered this, like, I actually want it to be a dialogue, so it's fine. I'm going to limit it to like how many people can come on. I do have Mr. Rucker. Was Mr. Rucker someone who I banned?
Yes.
Did I ban him?
I don't know if you banned him, but he's
Kinda.
told quite a bit.
I feel like I banned someone, but I forgot who.
He should be on the list.
Oh,
Not banned him like verbally. I said to someone, it was Bleep. No, it was Bleep. I'm pretty sure it was Bleep that. Who is?
Yeah, because Mr.
Hey,
Rucker was the one that
Mr.
said
Name.
DV. He was the one that said DV was the woman's fault.
Yes, that is. Oh, bring him up, Demons. I want to hear his argument. Like, I really, I'm sorry, y'all.
I remember who this is now.
I'm excited about it.
isn't he the reason that we had to start a new?
No, stop. Like, I know who he is. Let's not get into this.
Oh,
the thing is, let me just say this. For everyone, I'm going to start deleting all the messages I get from people. And the reason, like, from men complaining about this and that, when given the opportunity, no one says anything. And it's such an annoying thing to like open. Like, the only reason I'm always asking for men to come on, because like I'll just go with the conversation. I will just go because I think I am trying as my best to be as fair as humanly possible with my critique or my comment generally. And I allow everyone to come on, like literally anyone, right? Unless you've been banned. So when I get these long drawn out emails about how I don't allow for people to speak and all I do is take the woman's side and blah, 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 and blah, 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 and also blah, blah, blah. Deanne said he has not been banned here, but your memory is correct. All right. I am going to just delete. I'm just going to click delete. The reason I'm going to click delete is you don't get to mess up my weekdays and my weekends with these long emails that I read through because I want to show you respect, and then you don't show up to have whatever debate you want to have. So I'm just going to start deleting. I will not be asking for people to come up here and defend their position or to add nuance to the conversation. If you want to do it, you want to do it. If you don't, you don't. That is the first thing. So from now on, please don't email me about your grievances. Pray about it. I don't know. I don't have the time and or patience. I will not be reading them. As soon as I see something that is telling me that I'm biased, I'm just going to delete. Don't care who you are, just going to delete. Given the opportunity, apparently no one can speak. So I'm not doing that with you. All right. The second thing, I do not mind you having a difference of opinion. I actually prefer to converse with people who have a difference of opinion, but my favorite people to speak with are people who are intelligent. So, because you have a difference of opinion does not mean you have the space to always talk, because it's ridiculous sometimes to hear someone meander through nothingness and then come up with nothing. I don't like that. I don't appreciate it. I don't grow from it. The chat doesn't grow from it. And you definitely do not grow from it, right? So I don't really care about that. You can make videos about it. You can do whatever you want. But once you're here, please at least have some level of depth in your ability to analyze what it is that you're analyzing. Because I'm not going to sit here and hear you complain about nothing when no one here is doing anything to you, right? So if you have something to say, you will have the full range to say it. Just make sure it is something. I'm not going to sit here and listen to nothing over and over and over. I am okay with you whining and crying and all of that. It's fine. We're humans. But if that's all you have, it's fine. You can keep it. All right. So with that said, if you want to come back, you can, and we can talk. For both men, there are two men in the back, one of which I knew, and you guys just reminded me who Mr. Rucker was. For those two men in the back who disappeared, you are welcome back, and I will speak to you. But know that I'm not going to put up with the foolishness. All right. That said, go ahead, Tiff.
well, okay. Good afternoon, good evening.
Not you with the shaky voice.
It's like the drag of it all. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of the complaints. Just build. Nobody's stopping you. Nobody is stopping you. It's $10,000. Like, get together, throw some car washes, bake a cake, do something. Get your homeboys together. I don't care if you start stripping. Just do something to get some funds together, to get the business together. It doesn't take a lot. It doesn't take a lot. We're not holding you back. And you cannot continue to say we're the enemy and then be mad if we're the enemy. I just need a side. Are you team Black family, team together, yay, let's go? Or nah, we don't want to play with y'all, because you cannot have it both ways. If I'm not your pick, if you don't want to be with Black women, then stop worrying about Black women business. It's like get out of our business. You don't want to date us. You don't want to marry us. We make bad choices. Okay, you're right. Disengage. Whatever company gives Black people business or Black women, it's not your business.
Yeah, if you want to go take the name of someone else, you want to go marry a woman and take their name, go marry a woman and take their name. Like, it's fine. I am with you.
I'm just like, it's okay. You know what? It is okay to say, I don't like Black women. I don't want to date Black women. I don't want to marry. I don't want to depart. That's okay. But then whatever resources, whatever systems, whatever grants, whatever education, whatever we do is Black women centered, and it's not your business. Mind your business. Get out of ours. Get out of business. I'll let somebody else talk. I'm just like, I don't want to be vulgar, but grow some balls or let them drop. If you gonna be a man, be a man. If not, if you want to be in women's business, specifically Black women's business, then you have to be a good partner. You have to partner well. You don't get to say, oh, you're going high, I'm going to keep you down or drag you down, or you lift me up while you're climbing. That's not how this works. Go compete with men. Stop competing with women. Go compete with other men. We are not your competition. If I am your partner, I'm not your competition.
KD. KD.
Katie is saying they can't hear anything in the chat. Maybe it's their headphones or something.
I'm sure, but why can I can't hear anything? We can't hear you either. Can you type and let him know that we can't hear him? He can leave and come back or something.
Yes.
I don't know. Onyx.
Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so I feel as though for the video specifically that I don't think that as far as Black men go, I really don't think, I know that everyone in the chat was saying that they think it's like a bully mentality. And I honestly don't believe that it's a bully mentality. I think that it really is just that there are a lot of Black guys that have low self-esteem. And so the way that they have combated that is the optics, the way things look, the way that Black men look to society in general as a whole, and how they come off to society in general as a whole. That's why it's usually was for so long, it was the Black woman's job to uplift Black men. That was like part of our wiring when we were growing up, was that you have to uplift Black men. Don't let Black men look like thieves. Don't let Black men look like robbers. Don't let Black men look like killers or gangbangers, even if they're in gangs. Like the whole Tina, Beyonce's mom, she made a documentary that was mostly a misrepresentation of facts just so that she could change the image of Black guys, because we were supposed to like just not let Black guys look bad. And we did that because we as Black women, we assumed that our identities were tied through our Blackness, even though Black men kind of separated from us and we're like, no, we are Black men, you are Black women, it ain't the same. But
it's funny. I'm not going to bring up the Moynihan report again, and I will only say to do this. There was actually predictions made in the Moynihan report about how Black women would react to the realities, and regarding their women and who they would, the girls, sorry, and who they would invest in and who they would not invest. I think Sinji actually talked about this. I don't remember fully the video, but I was reading it again, and yeah, it actually predicted that women would like pay attention and essentially cuddle the girls, right? That did not happen. The opposite happened. So it's interesting because the prediction that were made regarding Black men came through. True, right? But when it talked about Black women, I think the Black women is a sort of anomaly in terms of it's very difficult to predict. And I think that's what's probably frustrating for data collectors, because even with womenhood, and they're like, oh, women generally date up. And it's like, yeah, that's true, except for Black women. I wish that weren't the case, but it is. It's also that Black women would also care more about their daughters and their sons, and that also didn't happen. It's very interesting, actually, when you look at social research and how Black women have rejected the sort of social programming, even to the element of like defying whiteness. Because statistically, Black women aren't, let's not go into attraction, because I hate saying this because people feel themselves too much when you point this out. But it's very interesting because the social research, someone said men a man, yeah. Well, the Moynihan report, maybe that's why it's very easy to predict other men, but it's difficult to predict women. But anywho, continue. I shouldn't have cut you off, but I needed to underscore that.
Well, as far as the Moynihan report, and like Black women uplifting their sons and not their daughters, I personally, this is all coming from somebody with a psychology degree. So I personally just believe that Black women will uplift their sons because a lot of Black women don't have good male interactions with Black men growing up.
The prediction was that Black women would care more about their daughters. The reality was the opposite.
I'm saying, they care more. The reality is that Black women care more about their sons because they don't have good interactions with Black men growing up. Like, they don't have fathers in the homes. And so their sons are the first positive male interaction that they have with a Black man, which is probably why it's held on a higher pedestal. But I think, but I really want to talk about the guy in the car because I truly do believe.
Go ahead.
I truly do believe that Black men feel that it's going to be a divide because for so long we have upheld the idea that Black men's image are tied to our own, even if they did not uphold that idea, even if they were willing to leave, even if they were willing to hurt us. We have always stuck by them and we have always upheld them. Even when we knew the truth, we would argue. Like, you see videos of, like, even when you know that the guy is in the wrong, the Black woman is going to stay by her side. We are statistically the most loyal, even if that guy doesn't know it. So I think that the divide that they see is honestly just a lot of Black women who are giving up the good fight. And that is the divide. It's not about the money. It's not about $10,000. If you are anyone who knows people who make a certain amount of money, you know that if they have children on their tax report, they're making way more than $10,000 come tax season. So it is not about $10,000. That's not even enough to get a very nice car. It's just about the way that it looks, that Goldman Sachs would cite Black women specifically. It's like, why isn't it Black men? Because Black men will lie to you and tell you that if we uplift Black men, then it'll be like a trickle down effect, even though the trickle down has never happened. We've been believing in it, but it never comes to fruition. And I truly believe that this is all just, they want to look good. Even if they're not doing well, they want to look well. That was all the Kevin Samuel stuff was they were like living the life of men who made over $100,000, even though most Black men don't even make $50,000, because it looked good. Well, when you get a new car to look good, the chain look good, the way that they dress look good. It's all optics.
Yeah, let's do this. Because of some things that has happened in previous live, I am going to put the women in the background for 2 seconds. You guys will be added in a moment after I test something. So I apologize. So I'm going to leave. All right, KD, Mr. Rocker, what is up?
Hello, thank you for having me back on the show. Feels
Is that
strange to be
KD?
back.
That's not me. I'm over here. I hope you can hear me.
Wait, you said Mr. what?
I was just thanking you for having me back on the show. It just feels a little strange to be back here after all we've been through.
Wait, what have we been through?
Well, we've been through some disagreements regarding Bill Cosby.
I've not disagreed with you regarding Bill Cosby.
Okay, right.
But why did we disagree on with Bill Cosby? I thought we all agreed that Bill Cosby is not a great guy.
Yes, we just disagree on like his use of using him for an example of a Black man more than once. So I'm just saying, like,
I've never used Bill Cosby as a good Black man ever.
No, I didn't say you're using him as a good Black man, just an example of a Black man. We all agree he's not good.
I would never sui sponte bring up Bill Cosby. I would never sui sponte bring up Bill Cosby as either a justification or anything at all, ever.
Well, you brought him up twice, but not in a good way, and that's fine because that's fair.
No. Again, if I'm talking about Tina Knowles, which I'm talking about the documentary, right, I would never sui sponte bring up Bill Cosby.
Ah, okay. That's a way around it. You brought someone else that brought up Bill Cosby.
Oh, I was reacting to someone using Bill Cosby. Yeah.
Correct. Yes. Mm-hmm. You just happened to pick that, and that was the second time, but that's okay. So that's all right.
Are you accusing? Wait, I don't think you remember this live stream.
No, I do. I have videos of it, and I responded to your video. So.
Oh, you did. Oh,
yes.
But I think someone said you did. I don't watch videos about that people make about me because I feel like for me that's awkward. So I apologize. I haven't seen your video, but I actually am curious. Like that Bill Cosby thing. I was saying, if you remember, that the person who is defending the Tina Knowles documentary probably should not have used Bill Cosby, but rather use a good Black man to defend that they're going to make this. Yes. Using Bill Cosby was a bad idea. I was actually saying, make a better argument for your position. I don't understand why we would agree. In the moment, I actually didn't know why we disagreed.
No, we both agree about Bill Cosby. It's just the second time you just happened to mention that because you have a video with the thumbnail with Bill Cosby on it.
I discussed the Bill Cosby trial.
Right.
That is separate. No, that is completely separate. I didn't even know that lady would have brought up Bill Cosby because I didn't finish the video. So the tone of your voice seemed to suggest that I intentionally brought this lady to bring up Bill Cosby, which I'm not going to say you believe or don't believe. I could not care less. I actually couldn't. But I'm telling you now that Bill Cosby, in that scenario, my reaction was, this is ridiculous. Why would you use Bill Cosby as justification as why we need to clean up the Black man's image when that would be a terrible, terrible idea? Wait, what was I'm curious now what your video was about, because what?
No, it was just one of the examples that you use of other Black men, like celebrities, just like, you have a pattern of using Black men that's not doing, let's say, the right things, and you're kind of giving a warning to Black women to avoid that. And that's fine with the behavior.
Wait, I've told Black women to avoid Black men.
Yes, you said it in a way that people are saying.
Please find that video. I will pay you if you find me saying that.
Yeah, you said it I actually have the video too. You said like, hey, there's some people are saying that black women should avoid black men. So you didn't say it yourself. You just said people are saying. So it's like a Fox News type of going around the topic, but you're just putting it out there. And that's all still fair.
So you don't have the video. You have a video of me saying people are saying this.
Yes, that's what I mean. People are saying, and you're repeating that.
All right. And I've said statistically we are more dangerous.
How are we more dangerous? Compared to the white man, you know, slavery, like, are you serious? Like, there is no more, Are you saying that there's other races of men that are better? And if you're referring to white men, that's completely wrong.
No. I understand your conversation, the conversation you're attempting to have right now, but we're talking specifically about black women today.
No, black women are doing fine except for the student loan debt. That's the only gripe I have.
No, that's fine. But black women we're talking about I said something about stay away from black men, right? I said I probably never said that. I never said this, but you said I quoted someone else, which I would agree to. But to the extent we're talking about who is posing a danger to black women today, are you saying slavery is posing a danger to black women today?
No, I'm saying overall, who did most damage to black women? I would not say a black man. Now, if you're saying today, that makes a good argument.
Actually, we can do two things. We can do two. We can take two. If you're talking about today, how would you respond to that?
I would say they do have a choice. If they keep going to black men and they're having bad luck, or
wait. How do you start your sentence like that? How is that the start of your sentence? How do you start with the victim?
What do you mean? Because they're complaining about black men being a problem, whether it's the finances or the violence or the femicide. Okay, they have a choice. They can choose other. Now, how is that working out for them?
Wait, they can choose other.
Yes.
Are you not realizing that you are taking the responsibility of the person who caused the harm? Like, I don't understand how you're doing that.
The responsibility is choosing better.
No, the responsibility is not killing someone. What do you mean?
That's what the police is for. So lock them up. But for those that are still there, you can choose better. Choose better black men or choose better men.
Are you willing to disregard liability right now?
No, everyone's liable. 50-50, remember?
No, it's not 50-50 when you got killed. All right.
So there's
maybe
no prevention.
I am wrong. Wait. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm sorry. All right. Mahogany pink. Let's do that. If you take your car and you park it in a bad neighborhood and someone steals that car, who is liable for that theft?
The person that stole that. However, if you already know it's a bad neighborhood, why did you park it there? Why didn't you take any kind of preventative steps?
Period.
Yes.
You should take. Thankfully, you are not the legal system, sir. Because there is no legal system that is going to say, because you park your car in a bad neighborhood and we caught the thief, we're going to let the thief go because you shouldn't have parked it there. Do you understand why that is a problem? Your stance is a problem.
You were almost right, except for the end. We wouldn't let the thief go. It should be responsibility on for both. It shouldn't be more.
No. What is the responsibility on the person whose car got stolen? Isn't the law going to? Do you think the thief is going to keep the car?
No, but the person who left the car in a bad neighborhood, they're going to be punished with higher insurance rates. So they're going to pay for it. But obviously,
not if they got their car back. I just said if they got their car back.
If they got their car back, that's fine, but their rates will still go up if they don't file a report.
All right, but you are saying they're 50-50 blame right now.
Yes, because you knew it was a bad neighborhood.
How is it 50? Sorry, I actually find this like really fascinating that you actually are thinking that the person who parked the car in a bad neighborhood is just as liable And we are also assuming that that person knows it's a bad neighborhood, by the way, right? But you're saying that the person who steals the car is on the equal footing in terms of morality, legality, everything, as the person who parked it. When you say 50-50, is that what you expect me to believe you believe?
Not in that instance, no, because a theft is a theft, and that should be a severe punishment. But you have knowledge that was a bad neighborhood.
So stop. So why do you say 50-50? It feels like there's a cognitive dissonance in an attempt to get to a conclusion.
Yeah, 50-50 when it comes to other subjects like picking the right spouse.
No. We'll get to picking in a moment.
Yes.
You understand why your fighting for the car analogy does not work. The car metaphor does not work.
Because are you disregarding prevention?
No, I'm telling you that you are not as culpable for parking your car in a bad neighborhood as the person who stole your car.
I agree. But there is fault with you parking it there.
Stop. Whew. All right. Thank God. Because I don't know if we could continue. If you actually went down the road of saying it continue with the 50-50 approach.
No, not with that. Not with that example, no.
All right, good. Thank you. KD, go ahead.
Hey, how you doing, Themis? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. I'll try to keep it a little short. I'm a much better typist than I am.
You don't have to.
Yeah, my orating skills are a little. I'm working on them, but I kind of just want to start off with a little anecdote, kind of personal to myself, to sort of maybe have a little bit of an explanation to sort of this reaction to Black women appearing to get some sort of advantage, leading to this weird divide between Black men and Black women. So I was with my wife Memorial Day weekend. Unfortunately, we live in two different cities right now, so I got to spend the weekend with her. And as I'm down there, I mean, we have good times. We also have, times where we clash. And when we clash, I kind of catch myself in real time, almost sounding like the men that I, I type in the comments to sort of little make fun of, because when I get to that mindset, I know it's ridiculous. However, it's still very much almost natural, almost. I don't want to say natural, but almost maybe instinct or something, natural instinct, whatever. It's easy to go to those points to come to my own defense. And my wife brought this idea to me that basically throughout my whole life, I was kind of socialized to believe that, you do things the right way, then certain outcomes will happen. And I'm also socialized that my race faces pretty unique circumstances in this country. So when we accomplish those things that we're supposed to do, there's this set of maybe ease that we're entitled to. And she said basically that things have come pretty easy for me, and I'm not going to deny a lot of stuff has come very easy for me, from childhood to getting into college for free, and then getting a job out of college, and then getting a house at 24, and then getting married at 25. Like it's been I would say my life has been very much blessed and very easy. However, when it comes to these back and forths with my wife, I find it pretty interesting to come face to face with an actual challenge. And what she told me right then is that you're so used to things coming to you very easily that when you face challenge, you kind of are a little bit stuck, don't know how to really react to that, and you sort of see it as a transgression when really you should look at a challenge as something, as an opportunity to overcome. And I don't know how many men, let alone Black men, can kind of relate to that. But if that's the case, that we as a group have been socialized to think that we do stuff right, we're supposed to get a certain outcome. We're socialized to believe, to understand that we face these unique circumstances, and us overcoming them should grant us everything we want. That when we were challenged by our image, challenged by these talking points that sort of rightfully point out that, you know, we have a lot of flaws, our knee-jerk reaction to being challenged is to find ways to push off blame to somebody else other than ourselves.
I think that's probably a human reaction, but it's one that I think is reductive and remedial. Reductive and remedial because it's like, you're right. I think for someone who might not have gone, formal education is not the best thing for every human being, but it's good in the sense that you generally get to bump up against someone who disagree with you and who can articulate themselves. Because of that, because of that, I think that a lot of people don't get to. I think that a lot of people don't fully get to flesh out their ideas, right? And Mr. Rucker, for example, instead of just admitting outright, and I'm really not picking on you right now, but I have to point this out, because instead of admitting sort of outright that, okay, if you park a car in a bad neighborhood and someone steals the car, culpability is on the person who stole the car. Now, it would be smart of you to not park your car in a bad neighborhood because it might be stolen, but you don't blame the person who parks their car in a bad neighborhood for the car being stolen. That is removing culpability from the individual who stole the car. Any society that develops on a framework of blaming the person who parked their car in a bad neighborhood would be incentivizing bad behavior. If the person has no repercussion who stole the car, you can create bad neighborhoods everywhere, right? And then steal all the cars, because there's no incentives for you to not steal. As a utilitarian, which I am not, it is very obviously the system that is created, thankfully is created by people who aren't going to allow the person who steal the car to get away because you parked the car in a bad neighborhood. It is also the problem with choosing. So, Mr. Rucker, yes. I did not forget. Wait, you can respond to this and I'll get to you, because you just said something about vetting and choosing. So I love this. I love when the vetting and choosing come up, because I actually want to know how to. So go ahead.
Okay, when it comes to vetting, the perfect example I see a lot is the holidays. When a woman brings a man, or a man that no one has seen until Thanksgiving or Christmas, and they just introduce him as just a friend, we all know as family members, he's more than a friend. If he's more than that, then we should know who he is. We should vet him for her safety and just to strike conversation. If you hide this man.
Wait, who should vet him?
Everybody, the men and the women.
What men?
The uncles, the fathers, the stepfathers, the brothers, the cousins.
So you're assuming these people are around. Continue.
Yes. So in this family environment, everyone will take a look at him, ask him questions about his background, what does he do for a living, and they may even friend him on social media just to see what's really going on with him. And this is just
do you actually believe, that the family unit can do what the FBI, the CIA, the police force, the law school, the bar association, the psychology association, the nursing association, do you believe that the family unit can do that which the government cannot?
Yes.
Vet.
And it's
Vet.
not a one-time thing. It's constant surveillance, constant questioning. Now, nothing is foolproof, but the chances and the odds are better in her favor if she gets other people involved rather than hiding him.
So you think women are hiding their men?
Yes, because magically they become pregnant. Like, well, we don't even know who the guy was.
Not magically they become pregnant, but again, I mean I like this in so far as I think you are ignoring the significance of the analogy regarding the car.
Well, the car issue is more about we're punishing the theft. We're punishing the person who tried to steal or stole this car. That's easy. However, the person that parked the car in that neighborhood should not be that punished, but at least get a talking to. Hey, for next time, don't ever do this. Lesson learned.
All right, let's say we told them not to park it in the neighborhood again, and they did park it in the neighborhood again. Who do you think is culpable for someone stealing it when they park it in there again?
It will still be the person that stole that car.
Exactly. So I'm confused as to what you're doing with the analogy.
You're not going to punish that person that parked the car?
You just said insurance. So let's talk about
rates,
this for a second. In terms of pregnancy, because that's what the analogy does, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is about women who have children, right?
Right.
Are you going to extend that logic that the father who left is supposed to be blamed? Because in my mind, it's very clearly they're the ones culpable.
No, the father will be blamed and should be blamed. That's what child support is. You'll be financially responsible for it. You don't want the father to be responsible for a kid that he made?
No, I do want them. But so when you say that's what child support is, I feel like you're diminishing what it takes to raise a child.
No, I'm not doing that. The fact that she picked a man that's not worthy of her time, not a father, not a guy that's trying to step up, the best you're going to get from him is child support.
Yeah, so he should. Thankfully, we agree then that he should be blamed.
Yeah, he gets blamed for that, but 50%.
How is
That's
it 50%?
we disagree with.
How is it 50%?
Why did she do her due diligence trying to vet this guy? Did she?
No.
You don't want to go down that road?
Is it no? I'm not. It's not going down that road. You can pretend like you know how to vet, but unless you can prove to me that you can vet better than the CIA, the FBI, and the military, I am not going to believe you know how to vet. Like, I'm sorry, there is no. You are going to have to come with a long list of things to do and how it's better than what the CIA, the FBI, like there are lie detector tests to get a top secret clearance, and even those with top secret clearance are acting out. So unless you can prove to me that you are better at vetting than literally every single organization on the face of this planet, I am sorry. It's a no from me, but we're going to move on from that and go to the point where the woman is pregnant and the man leaves. Okay. How is it 50%?
Well, it's 50% because she didn't vet, and other races of families.
Wait. Is it 50% of the mother's job to be a father?
No.
Okay, so how is it 50% when the father is not being a father?
Well, the mother needs to vet this guy, so it's 50% her responsibility.
How is it the mothers? We keep going back to vetting, and yes. I hope that we both agree that there is absolutely no way to vet. Now, if you walk into a future, if you go into future and you have a child with future, the red flags were there.
Yes.
It's still his problem, and he should be the father. But if you have a child with future right now, that's on you, right? Period. How do you blame 50% of the responsibility on the woman for the father not being a father? Unless the mother is supposed to be the father and the mother, I don't see how you blame her for the dad not being a dad.
We're not putting the responsibility of a father on a mother. We're putting responsibility on a mom for vetting, not vetting properly. Now, you keep ignoring the fact that these other races of families can vet these other men, like Italians, white people.
Okay, so this is great.
A good job vetting, but it's not 100%.
Stop. If you go down this path, you are going to racialize it. And I promise you, you don't want to racialize it. Because actually, if you go to racialize fatherhood, the men creating single mothers aren't just men generally. The men that cannot be vetted by women, it seems, a black man.
No, you're right. You're right about that. So how do we prevent that from happening? Vetting.
You're putting the burden of vetting for black women. Literally, black men are creating single mothers in every race of women they date.
Right. So how do we prevent that from happening?
So no group of women can vet black men.
No, everybody can vet a black man. If you can vet a black man, then you will prevent this from happening.
The point is, no group of women have vetted black men properly.
They can choose other men too, but they still need to be vetted. Nothing's 100%.
No, I agree that there is some level of vetting. What I'm saying is vetting is not foolproof. So even for women who attempt to vet men, they end up with the same man who leaves them and they're now a single mother. There's an absentee father.
Correct. But the odds of that happening are less if you vet, if you have other people involved in vet. Just up your odds. That's all. Nothing is foolproof.
I feel like you're speaking in a world where these women are just like not attempting to figure out who these men are. Like, I feel like you think these women are just like, oh, this man, I'm just going to have children with him. And while I'm sure that happens, that is not the majority of what happens.
Really?
Like, a lot of women get married and become single mothers.
Well, I do have a stance with that. Now, being a single mom and then being married, that's a noble thing. But of course, there's divorce and they become single. That's what I want the man to always have a prenup, to prevent that from happening, to discourage divorce.
Wait, that is a whole different topic that we're probably gonna yell at each other for. Because you want the man to get prenup,
yes,
to prevent divorce,
to discourage it at least.
All right. Do you think these men have assets to bring?
The lawyers will find out. If you don't think black men have assets, that's fine.
No. Have you seen the average income? Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's more than the black woman.
Pause. I'm sorry. Wait, what?
No, the average income of a black man is higher than the black woman.
Nope, it's not actually statistically significantly higher. They're the exact same.
No,
black men and black women. No. I actually am very good at stats, so we can be a statistician all we want. We can go to labor and employment website. We can go to any, and I will show you. The issue is part of the problem is that the gap between the disparity between black men and black women is so tight, it is minuscule. They're making the same amount of money. All right, period.
According to whom?
The average income. What are you?
No, the stats. According to Black Demographics.
I'm not quoting Black Demograph. You can go to Pew Research, go to the Brookings Institute, go to the Department of Labor. I am not doing this with you. I've done videos on this. Too many videos on it. It's fine if you don't watch my channel. I don't.
No, I've watched your channel. That's why I'm here.
So they're not they're making the same. There's no other group of men and women that literally are like neck and neck, right? That's why that's probably why they're investing in black women and not black men. Add to that the fact that we call it a matriarchy. I've been wanting to use that. Anywho, what were you saying now?
I'm saying
you are a proponent of prenup. I am also a proponent of prenup. I actually do think black women should get prenups.
Yeah, I think they should.
I feel like you think black men should get prenups, and I'm kind of trying to figure out what assets.
It should be standard. It should be standard.
It should be a standard. Period. Get a prenup 2020.
Yes, please do. Everybody needs to know what kind of assets they have so they can protect it.
We agree on something for the first time, I think. I mean, I guess we agree on Bill Cosby being a horrible person, but in my opinion. I think Is this why Mr. Rocker? Is this why black men identify with Johnny Depp? I feel like this is why black men identify with Johnny Depp.
Well, it's kind of like the OJ thing. They just want to see someone get away with it. If Johnny Depp wins, it's like, okay, we got one, even though he's a white man. He has not, his income is at a different level than yours. So, but
girl, these men be pretending like Johnny Depp and them are on the same socioeconomic status. These men make $40,000 or less, talking about they're going to protect their assets. So
they need a win. Just okay, they need a win. It's like a sport team. My team is winning. Even though you have nothing to do with that team, they need a win.
Girl, I'm sitting here like, wait. Y'all want prenups. Y'all are advocating for prenup for why? Like,
yeah.
The thing is, the point at which black men start making money, statistically, they marry out. So get your prenup how you get your prenup. But the point at which black women start making money, they marry black men. So I would agree that there should be a prenup. Like, I am so confused.
No, I agree. Black women should get prenups. Black men should get prenups. Everybody should get a prenup, because then your lawyers will tell your spouse, hey, this is what kind of assets this person has. And then they can either walk away or sign it like, oh, yeah, you don't make much money. You can walk away.
Cynthia says, the truth better argument is dumb anyway, because people change. You can only vet for that present, not the... Yeah. I mean, whenever people say choose better, I agree. Who was it? I don't think it was Truth Teller, but someone was like, who came up here and we had a whole live about this. No, it was Reese. And explaining how reductive that statement is. Because it's not like people are just walking on the street and just grabbing a random man and say, let's be together. That's not what's happening.
Well, it depends on their height and their looks. They do that.
Okay, and I think that's also part of the problem. I think a lot of men are bemoaning the fact that they are not handsome, that they are not tall, that they don't have resources. And it's like, I mean, at least develop a good personality. Because at this point, 3 for 3.
Well, they're charming. They're going to just swoop women and just like, yeah. Take more to this
Mr. Rucker, why are men online mad that they are not good looking?
I don't know, bad genetics, man. Like, they can get plastic surgery if they can afford it, or just put it on.
You're up here with a vengeance. So I think so.
I don't speak for people who make less than 100,000. I might as well give you my background. I'm a financial analyst, so I don't know what the whole dusty 40 grand below.
The thing is, here's the problem, and I'm not trying to drag you. I promise you I'm not. I just don't understand how you, like, I can't, unless you're bringing me a W-2, I can't verify what you do, right? So, like, people online, like, this man claimed he is an attorney and he was at the, he was on Johnny Depp's team or some foolishness. I don't know. And I'm looking at him like, absolutely not. I don't believe that. So people come on and lie, right? The thing is, the fact that you can do that also implies that you can put up a facade for so long that it's very difficult to vet. Now, you claim to be, I'm assuming you're a high value man.
I'm okay. I'm above the 50 grand. I just won't give too much details. I'm in the financial industry. We'll say that.
You're in the finance. Someone wanted to ask about the video you did. The reason I'm not going to ask about his video of me is someone made a video and I watched it and they were like cursing me out and calling me all kinds of names. And I decided, you know what? I'm not going to do that. So I've made, as a principal stance, I don't watch people who are reacting to me unless, like, you're on the channel, I know you, and I care about your opinions. So if I don't care about your opinion, I'm not going to watch your video. It's not, my mental health is more important to me than whatever someone has to say about me. He's admitting the problem is black men and then not being around to help the children. Vet other black men who is admitting is bad, period. But do you would you blame the issues in the community on Black women?
I blame 50-50. I know that sounds repetitive, but it's
No.
a lack
I
of
mean,
a family unit.
let me
It's a
just say,
family unit thing that's missing. No one's
the
vetted.
family unit thing is missing, and you think that is the Black women and men's fault.
Correct.
What responsibility does the Black woman have in this? Thank you, Curry.
The Black woman has 50% responsibility.
No, why?
Because this is her body. It's the most precious thing that she has. When you want to vet your future husband or baby, well, hopefully husband.
But I'm sorry. What do you think I'm asking when I ask about the community? Do you think the fundamental problem in the Black community is a Black family?
Yes, the lack of a Black family, but the head of that family should be a man, and really, it's majority of the man's fault when it comes to that.
Wait, so I don't agree with that. So you think a man, like, because that you have a man there is not enough.
No, there needs to be a community of men, brothers.
Yeah, but like this whole idea that a two-parent household is what is needed to save the Black community ignores the fact that you can have degenerate men being fathers. In fact, we're about to watch T.I. and his son be just that.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, it's still better than him, that child, not having a father at all. Now, is T.I. the best father? No.
Well, we don't know that, right? There are single mothers who raise children who are better than King. And I say better than King. I did say better than King.
Well, we're going to have to agree to disagree with that.
No, I mean, what do you disagree with? You don't believe there are children who are better than King, who were raised by single mothers?
Oh, no, they are. But as far as stats, especially when you compare it to other races, it's better if we have a two-parent household that has a feminine side and
it's better if you have an economic advantage, actually. A person in a single parent white household that has money is statistically going to have a better outcome than a two-parent Black household that is impoverished.
Well, if one spouse is making 50 grand and the other spouse is making 50 grand, 100 grand, you can make it, man.
I didn't say middle class. I said impoverished.
Well, we're not talking about good
touchstone. No. What I'm trying to get to communicate to you is not that it's not just that you are married, right? That matters. It is the quality of the marriage. It is the quality of the family. It is the quality of the man, and it's the quality of the woman. So it's not just that two people come together, right? Because if that were the case, we would not have a King running rampant online.
Right. The mom and the dad are not doing a good job in that department.
But who is supposed to be leading when there is a mother and a father?
It was supposed to be the dad.
All right, so I disagree with this, but fine. I just wanted to make sure you weren't a feminist. All right, so it is the man who is supposed to be lead. How then can you also blame 50-50 on the man and the woman when you are supposed to? Maybe you don't. Do you think the leader should take responsibility? Because it feels like if you believe the leader should take responsibility, you can't be 50-50.
When it comes to the structure of the family, it is more of the man's responsibility. When it comes to raising children, it is 50% the mom and the dad. She doesn't just walk away after having birth. You have to raise the children properly under the man's vision.
Yeah, under the man's vision. So the man is supposed to be the leader in your mind. Again, this is not my assumption. I wish I was a feminist. I'm not fully, but whatever. I'm more egalitarian. However, if you believe it is the man's responsibility and to create a vision and provide it, protect and make them lead in this vision, how then can you blame the woman?
Because she's responsible for those kids. She has to raise them.
She should have chosen better.
Yes, she should have chosen better. Yes.
So how can you blame the woman? If it is supposed to be the man who leads, the man who picks his family, the man with the vision, the man blah, 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 I don't care.
Right.
If that's supposed to be it, how do you blame 50-50? That's not making sense to me.
Before it even gets to that point, that woman's supposed to vet that man.
Yeah, but it
just
got
say no
to
to
that
that.
point. No. It got to that point, and now we have. So the man is not supposed to vet the woman.
No, the man is supposed. You're supposed to vet each other. No one's immune to
All right,
vetting.
so they vetted each other. They vet each other, and they both are in a relationship. How is it that the leader is now going to say 50-50?
It's 50-50 when it comes to raising children.
No, you can't do that because you just said it is the man's vision, the man, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. If the man is supposed to, like, just say you don't want to lead, that's fine. Say it's egalitarian. Say
Well, why
it's
would he
matriarchy.
participate if he doesn't want to lead?
Huh?
If he can't lead, why would he participate in the family structure? That's not. It's just like he's just a sperm donor. Then who wants that?
Then you shouldn't. That's my point. So you cannot have the framework that the man is supposed to lead. The man is supposed to have the vision. The man is supposed to lead the blah 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 blah. Man. All right. You can't then have that position, but shy away from the responsibility. You can't. You don't get to shy away from the responsibility when it all mess up.
I agree, but it's also on her fault too.
50-50. It cannot be a 50-50 unless they have 50% of the power. Like the CEO of a company does not get to make everything and then blame the employees for how they are operating. Unless
that happens all the time.
Huh?
That happens all the time.
Unless it's a partnership, right? Unless it is a partnership, you do not get 50% of the blame.
There is no partnership other than raising children.
There is no partnership at all if you're talking about leadership.
You're leading the family, but when it comes to raising kids, it is that woman's responsibility 50% along with that man. If the kid gets in trouble, both parents get called.
The man's vision. So can the woman override the man on everything and then say, this is what I want for my child? So
no.
The man is,
No.
So the man is not a leader then in terms of the rearing of the child. The man is the leader in the rearing of the child then.
Right. But it's up to her if she says like, hey, I want to do something else. I need kind of punishment. They come to agreement when it comes to raising the kids.
I'm so confused with you. I thought that would have been
only 50-50 when it comes to raising the kids, and it comes down to responsibility if that kid does something wrong. It's up to the parents to make that.
It is not. That's what I'm saying. So, that's not what I'm saying. That's what you just said, and I'm trying to understand what it. So the leadership is not absolute. Then, like you're not just a leader. You don't lead the family. You take charge in some areas, and she takes some charge in some areas. That is that's egalitarian.
Yes, exactly.
So it's not a leadership in the sense that the man is the leader and the woman is the follower in your mind.
No, he still has final say.
If he has final say, how can you then blame? Oh my God.
Like if he's not there, then she's the leader. When it comes to kids, it's 50-50. You have to.
If he's there, she does not get to have the final say. He does.
Correct.
So when it goes to crap, how then are you blaming her when he has final say?
Well, if it comes down to if the kid does something wrong in school or any kind of bad things, that man should take advantage. That man should take leadership. But you have to put some responsibility on this woman. And I'm saying that's
I'm not saying don't put some. I'm not saying don't put some. When you say 50-50, you are admitting that they have equal power over the household, the structure, everything. It is equal. But then you say the man is the leader and we're following the man's vision, right?
No. Only equal when it comes to raising kids. Everything else, it's the man's responsibility. So if the house is foreclosed and he's paying the bill, that's all on him.
And you said, I asked you about decisions around the child, and you said once he's there, the final decision is left to him.
Right.
Even with the children.
Yes, final decision. But if he just says, so you know what, just go ahead and do it.
It's not an equal. It's not equal if he makes the final decision. Whatever he says goes. He is not.
But if that man just says, hey, I trust you, go ahead and do what you need to do, I'm doing something else, then she's running that household.
You chose a manager, and if you chose a bad manager, then you're a horrible leader.
No, you still have to choose better. You can't just walk away and just like, hey, the man's responsible for everything. You have your own mind. You're 50%.
You are, oh my God, I get it. I absolutely get it. I get it. You guys want leadership, but you don't want the responsibility of leadership. You
50%.
don't want the responsibility of failure. I
50.
get it. This makes sense. This actually now makes sense to me because a leader will step in front. The leader eats last, right? The leader takes the responsibility for the group. The leader creates the vision, gets people on board, execute that vision, and then if it fails, that leader takes full accountability and responsibility for what happens because it was their vision. But y'all don't want, I get it. So I was trying to get why there was such a discrepancy between this wanting of power and traditionalism, but not also wanting to take accountability. It's like, it's the matriarchy. It's not a patriarchy. And I was like, that makes you, but you got it. I don't think you meant to do this, but I think I understand it. I understand it. I actually was doing a video about why there is no such thing as a poverty mindset. I'm going to reframe that a lot now. I'm actually going to do some research and talk to smarter people in the area first. But I get it. Do you?
Theme is.
I hope.
Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead, KB. Go wait before
Oh
you
no,
go,
no.
KB.
Yeah.
KD, before you go, let me read the super chat. In the military, when people die accidentally, the goal is relieved because they are responsible. When these dudes want leadership and no yeah. So we can punish you, we punish me like we do in the military who failed at leadership, mandatory payouts, the woman and child. I'm on his side now. Wait, go ahead, Katie.
Oh yeah, I just want to just speak a little piece and then hop back in the chat and let y'all have y'all pretty good back and forth. But yeah, I don't like when men sort of put a lot of focus away from us in a sense because it is sort of absolving ourselves of accountability of being the leader if we believe of ourselves to be responsible for that community, for our household, but we sort of just we have to split responsibility at some way, shape, or form, then we're not meeting the mark as leaders of the family. Um, my marriage is actually is more egalitarian. Wherever I'm stronger in, I'm definitely more to take the lead, and wherever she is stronger in, that is where she takes the lead. However, I view it as my personal responsibility to make sure that she feels protected both physically, emotionally, and mentally, and I I take full responsibility for that. We don't have kids yet, so I don't know. Hopefully, um, I'm as good as a father I want to be, as I am a husband that I want to be as well. Um, so I just want to sort of end it with I brought up with my wife challenging me, and I am very thankful for her challenging me because I never really was challenged all that much, and I am also thankful for your platform. As I said earlier, this is where I sort of learned my own sort of failings that sort of fall into um, what is sort of causing this divide between black men and black women. Um, and to sort of answer somebody's question in the chat, my wife is not white; she's actually Haitian. So black American with a very very strong-willed, um, dedicated Haitian American is definitely I feel very blessed to have her because she only makes me better. Come to this channel, I see is only making me better. And I just want all of us, men in particular, to point at ourselves as much as possible and sort of leave calling out women, to women. That's just how I personally feel about all these matters. But I will. That's all. That's all the piece I had to speak. I'm gonna go back in the chat. Thanks for having me up.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I fully agree with you on the call out each other and leave women to call out women. I actually agree fully. So I'll add some more of the ladies behind the chat in a moment. But yeah, Mr. Rucker, I actually want to say thank you. I just had a moment of realization speaking with you. And I think I've been approaching this from a very bad direction, in that there was like, when people say, oh, they don't want me to lead, or they're not making me lead, I always found that odd, because I'm like, if you're a leader, like, lead and you'll have your followers, you'll have your tribe, it's
I
fine.
agree.
And so when I hear you explain that the man has all the say, not well, the man says this, the man has the final say, he's the leader, but when things go wrong, it's 50-50.
No, that's not what I mean. Only when it comes to kids. Like, for example, if the man is responsible for a mortgage and if he doesn't pay and all of a sudden it's being foreclosed, that man has full responsibility. He messed up. He failed as a provider. It's his fault. We just need to have distinctive, I guess,
Wait, no, stop. What I'm saying is, if he has the final say, he is the leader. He is the king in that castle. So if he has final say over the child, he has the power. So if things go wrong where this man has the final say, it doesn't make sense to me, but now it does, because leadership without responsibility, right? It now makes sense to me why people are like, oh, you should have chosen better. Like, that makes sense if you are exempting yourself, right? Like, if you're removing responsibility from yourself, that makes sense. If you are saying, oh, he's the leader, he has final say so, but if anything happens, then it's 50-50 for the child. All right, that only makes sense if you are the leader by title and aesthetics only, and not in actuality, because there is no leader, there is no true leader on the face of this earth who is good, that would say, you know what, even though I am the leader and I made the decisions and I have final say so, now that I've messed it up because I approved, right? Because you had final say so, now it is 50-50. Absolutely none. No, not a leader I want to follow. Like, I would not want.
No, that's fine.
Absolutely not.
No, women need to understand, like, if they have kids, how's this going to look like? Because things like this will happen. At that point, she needs to leave or stay. If she leaves, okay, you're free to go.
I can't. I just.
That's weird. That's a weird comment. I'm looking at somebody's men don't brush their teeth.
No, I'm just. The fact that you still owning this is like very different from me.
Yes, it's quite bold and I'll say refreshing.
No, I mean, I've never spoke to someone like. My circle is strange, so I probably shouldn't talk about my circle, but it's interesting because, like, when someone is bested, they tend to just like, oh, okay, cool, got it, makes sense. Let me go reframe and come back. But for you, it seems that you are willing to accept this role. Like, you even attempt to make a carve out, which wasn't the best. That, okay, the man is the leader, but he's and the leader of the home and his family, but he's not the leader when it comes to the child. And then I was like, oh, okay, cool, all right. So the woman can make all the decision about the child. And then you say, no, the dad still have the final say so. So you still want the dad to be the leader of this child. There's no, you didn't actually create the carve out you think you created, because ultimately the man still is in charge of the child if he has final say so. So he is a leader. But when anything goes wrong, it is then 50-50.
You know what? If you want to do the exterior as far as the family, like if the child messes up, you should blame the dad. Because like you said, he does have final say. But internally, if they get back home, he can blame her. It's like, hey, I was doing this. Why didn't you do this? And the child's doing this now. It has
No,
to be
that's
some
not
sort of responsibility
blame.
for the woman.
No, that is not blame. That is responsibility. That is what you were supposed to do, hopefully, as the father. If
Right.
the mom did something that or the child did something that is based on something the mom allowed him to do or whatever, I don't know. You go out publicly as the leader and you take responsibility. You go home and you speak to your wife and you talk about, in my mind, how this relationship should go and what is best for the child and all of that stuff. But you take responsibility.
Right. I agree. You have to take responsibility, but she just doesn't walk away like, hey, you're the man. Like, okay, what did you do internally, not externally? You don't have to embarrass each other out in public. But yeah, as the man, if the child messes up, the man should just take the L. Be like, yep, it's my child, my responsibility. I had final say. Internally, though, it's 50-50.
If you claim to be the leader, yes. But if you are egalitarian, then it's both of y'all's fault. But as the leader, you take responsibility and then you go home and you figure out how to make your family life better, how to make your child better, how to, I don't know, work better with your wife. I don't know. But at this point, if it's not egalitarian, you are the leader and the woman signs up for you to be the leader, you better lead. You don't go out in the world and say, it is 50-50. No, it's not 50-50 if you are the leader.
It's 50-50 when it comes to choosing spouses, and it's 50-50 when it comes to raising a child internally. That is all. Everything else is on the man, and they're responsible.
You don't make that carve out, because even in you making that carve out, you said the final decision on the child is for the man to make. So it's not 50-50 when raising the child. You should not have said that it's the man's final decision. The man has final decision when it comes to the child. You can say that and then say 50-50. That is not 50-50. I don't know if you understand what 50-50 means, but that's not 50-50. If you have the final say so, you don't have 50-50 power.
So how is it 50-50 going to work if it's the child and it's like no one has a final say? It's just chaos. Someone has to say, you know what, I'm just going to do this. It could be the mom, it could be the dad, but someone is going to have to have the final say.
Yeah, well, if it's the mom, then she has the final say. If you both come together and negotiate and come to a conclusion, then it's egalitarian.
How's that even possible when there's a disagreement?
It is possible. There are people who come up with framework that I know that negotiate how to rear their children, how to pay bills, how to engage, when to leave a party. It is possible. And actually, those people say that they live a better life and they seem happier to me, but I don't know. Maybe I'm a fruitcake. I have no understanding of what is happening. But it is possible. You don't have to rule with an iron fist.
Sometimes you do in order to get things done.
Yeah, and when you do and things go wrong, you take accountability.
Yes.
Exactly.
And the exterior. Internally, though, if it comes to raising kids, it has to be 50-50.
There is no internally. You just said sometimes you got to rule with an iron fist. I don't know who is signing up for that, but if you do rule with an iron fist, there is no internally nothing. If you rule with an iron fist, you're an authoritarian. And if that is what people sign up for, I don't care about people's relationships. So they can sign up for that if they want. But if you rule that way with a, quote, iron fist, you don't then get to blame 50-50. That's abuse. I mean, the iron fist probably is also abuse, but that is definitely abusive. If you are saying, hey, I am ruling with an iron fist. However, if the child messes up, it's 50-50 blame. What?
So a woman has no responsibility when it comes to kids
A woman has zero responsibility if you are ruling with an iron fist.
Zero. So she's just
If
just
you
there in
are
the background.
ruling, hear me out. If you are ruling with an iron fist, no one else but you should claim any kind of responsibility. Now, again, I don't know who would sign up for that. But if you are ruling, how do you want to rule with an iron fist and then blame people when things go wrong?
When it comes to children,
how do you want to rule with an iron fist and then blame someone when things go wrong?
This is a scenario. It's very corporate anyway, American corporations at least. If the man has set up a good environment for his family to do like 98% of everything, pay all the bills, protect and serve.
I am not going to ask him if he believes in domestic discipline, because if he says yes, he will never be allowed on this channel again.
Domestic discipline, like no, that's criminal. So that's pretty easy to say no to that. But I'm just saying, when a woman just comes in, do they just have kids and just wait on that man? She should have some sort of responsibility in that household. I'm saying with that household, it should just be children. 50%. She's not 100% responsible.
You just talked about create a good environment and all of that stuff. You just said rule with an iron fist. I am reacting to that iron fist comment.
Okay, I mean with iron fist is like taking charge as far as bills. If someone's sick and it's the husband that's okay, he's taking charge.
By iron fist, you meant bills, paying bills.
Yes, so he can have the power.
By iron fist, you mean bills.
Yes, if he pays for everything, it's his name, no one else's.
All right. In any case, if you are saying rule with an iron fist and also talking about 50-50 blame, I don't know what to make of you.
Children.
As a person, like that seems like you just don't, you want all the power and no responsibility. How is any human being supposed to say, I am going to rule with an iron fist, or someone should rule with an iron fist, but if things go wrong, it's 50-50. What?
Only when it comes to children.
Stop. No, just don't respond for a minute. Just like sit with it. Think about how that sounds. You want to rule with an iron fist. Not you want to, but you imply that it's possible because some things have to get done in the context of child rearing, right? Because that's what we were talking about. And then you're saying, but it's 50-50 when things go wrong. Don't respond. Just kind of sit with that for a moment. If there is a vetting process, this is very important to the vetting process. Like, so when Toys R Us went bankrupt, it was 50%.
They have high pay. Let's go with that.
No, I'm not going with that because I know nothing about the bankruptcy of Toys R Us. All right, let me add some people here before we go. Oh, wait, no. You guys are gonna hate me, but I have to play Erica's video because also this is important to this discussion. Because a father is in the home does not mean that the child is gonna go up well. In fact, I would venture to say it is better to have no father than a degenerate one. I'm gonna just go out and say that. Y'all, I'm dying laughing. Me too. I'm trying. I want to be respectful to everyone who comes on because I would want people to show me that level of respect if I go on their channel, and I also would like the space to be able to articulate myself and not be edited out or misquoted or anything like that. So I'm giving respect here, but this don't make no sense. Like, how you want to rule with an iron fist, but also blame 50% when it goes wrong? What?
Children.
Before I do that, actually, let me play. So, King T.I.'s son was in a what do you call this thing? It's only in the South, I think. A Waffle House. Should a father teach his son how to pee standing up, clean his private, tie a tie, or do beard? Here's what King did. Wait, where is it? Here we go. Wait, why did it disappear? Let's add the screen again.
Talk how the I want to wherever I'm at. I'm on live, Shawty. Stop talking to me. Stop talking to me. This ain't your restaurant. This ain't your restaurant. Everything you make, I can pull out my pocket right now. I ain't tripping on you. I ain't tripping. Get the hell out of my face. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. Who the hell is he? What's your name? My name King. You know it and your mama know it. Tell your mama Happy Mother's Day. Tell your mama Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. That foul shit. What? On game what? On game what? Come here. Come here. I'll show you what I do. Come here. I'll show you what I do. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on. We out here. We out here. I'm outside. Okay. I'm outside. Come on, shake some. Come on. They wasn't talk like that. Hey, I can talk how the I want to where
Now, children, kids will be kids, whatever. This is not okay in any way. It's just wrong. No child should be speaking like this. However, when I hear his dad responded, I understood why he spoke like this. I got it. The dad, this is what T.I. had to say. This is like, I'm not even going to react to this. I'm just going to play Erica's video reacting to it because just the.
Spoke, I mean, of course I spoke with my son. You know, me and his uncles. You know, we were perplexed by his necessity to go back and forth with the
Also, why do you use big words that you don't know them? Why would you say his necessity? If you were gonna say his need, whatever, it's fine. I don't care. Ti, keep talking. Let me go back and start it over.
They wasn't spoke. I mean, of course I spoke with my son. You know, me and his uncles. You know, we were perplexed by his necessity to go back and forth with the short order cook. I didn't understand why he felt he needed to stop what he was doing to engage someone who was at such another level of life. I had to explain to him that, you know, when people are not living the way they hope they would live, and here you is walking in with so much freedom and luxury, and you know people gonna posture themselves a certain way. So therefore, you're gonna have to enjoy your life. You're gonna have to remove yourself from that energy and go enjoy your life. So, I mean, of course I.
Now, I don't look. Y'all might think having just a person around is enough. In terms of raising children, like, oh my God, the stat says you need a man in the home. That's not what the stat says. And it's interesting because these are people who are extraordinarily rich. And yet your son behaves this way. So the culture is just going to raise. The funny thing is, T.I. is a part of the culture. So yeah, I expected nothing else from the son. I would at least assume that he would have a PR team and he wouldn't come out here trying to be funny, talking about the short order cook and being. I don't even know why people like support these people. Like they talk crap about the you and everyone else, and yet we just go back and don't. He got on stage and called a comedian a female dog. I don't know. I don't watch Ti. I don't follow Ti. I don't know Ti's songs. I don't know what Ti does. Like Julius, Ti is. Well, let me play this. Because Erica did what needed to be done. So let's play Erica's video because I can't. And like I watched this so many times.
He has no respect. Everything that you have, I can buy. So he feels like money is the answer to things. Money can get him out of things. And like I said, all they want is money so they can do more degenerate behavior because they know if I have access to money, if I get in trouble, I'll be able to get bailed out. He's 17. He's 17 years old. I bet you T.I. didn't even know where he was when this was happening. I'm not talking to you. Oh, hold on. Why did my car turn off? What's your name? Hold on. My name King. You know? My name King. My name King. Spell King, nigga. You probably can't even spell your own damn name. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm talking about his kid because his kid threatened to pistol whip somebody. Bluetooth audio. Yeah, I'm talking about a kid because he threatened to shoot somebody. Is that correct? Yeah. Oh.
Tell your mama happy Mother's Day. Tell your mama happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. Fire your shit. What? On game what?
They tell them to come back. I'm telling you, Waffle House employees will come back. Cause you'll get hit in the head with a frying pan. Come back here.
Come on.
No, you come on, Cletus.
We out here. I'm outside. I'm outside. Come on, shake some. Come on, shake some. Come on, shake some. Hey, get your employees.
And listen to his friends. It's not just him. It's nothing. You don't hear nobody telling him, "Come on, King, let's go." You don't hear nobody trying to diffuse the situation. You hear them encouraging the situation. That's what I'm saying. He's not at home. He's not at home. He's in with his friends. And then you have his father reinforcing the behavior. Trash. Trash. Take it out. What's the name?
What's your name? My name King. You know it, and your mama know it. Tell your mama happy Mother's Day. Tell your mama happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. Fire your shit. What? On game what? On game what? Come here. Come here. I'll show you what I do. Come here. I'll show you what I do. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on. We out here. We out here. I'm outside. I'm outside. Come on, shake some. Come on, shake some. Come on, shake some. Hey, get your employees. Get your employees.
T.I., get your son. Get your son.
Tell your mama happy Mother's Day. And you still talking inside though. You still talking inside though. Why you inside? You can't stop me from doing shit. I'm doing shit. Let me get my
Someone will. I promise you.
Just talking like they like that.
It's your destiny.
Before I get back here, pistol with them. Fuck. Wait till I get back and see him out here late night.
Late night.
Wait till I slap at the. Alright, yeah. Yeah, wait.
I'm taking this to the cops.
Come back in the market late night, and then it's just you, and I slap you up. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then T.I. come out and basically insult the people by saying you can't argue with people who are food service people, basically short order cooks trying to be funny. Degenerate fathers raise degenerate sons. Sorry. That's it. Y'all say the man needs to be in the house. The man needs to be in the house. These boys need structure. These boys need to learn how to be a man. They need a daddy in the house. They need their daddies in the house. They need the daddies in the house. Tip said he graduated with honors at 17. I'm sure y'all bought that. I don't understand what world we're living in when this is what we'd rather promote. He graduates with honors. King Harris, ignorant ass kid. Doesn't matter. I don't give a damn if he graduates. Clearly, Clearly, your academic behavior has nothing to do with your interpersonal behavior. Your scholastic behavior and manners have nothing to do with your social skills. Clearly. So while you can be on the honor roll, you can also be on the internet threatening to pistol whip somebody, having a low emotional intelligence, threatening to harm somebody because they're holding you accountable for your misbehavior in a restaurant, fast food place. I don't know what you want to call it. I don't know if you could call it a restaurant. You sit down and you eat. I don't know what you call a Waffle House, a diner. Girl, that's a mess. That is a mess. And he really came out and said that I've told him. You've basically told him that people are jealous of you, son. People are going to want what you have. People are going to want the money that your mama and daddy is able to give you, son. I could hear him now injecting bullshit into his child. I can hear him now. Have a father in the home, they say. What happens when the mama and the daddy ain't shit? Like I said, they need to do a story on the fruits of T.I.'s tree. Where are his children? And look at Will Smith's children. Where are his children? Yeah, I'm comparing them. I'm comparing Jaden Smith to King Harris. Yes, I'm comparing. Look at their contributions. Look at Willow's contributions. And then you got poor Deja over there with all types of mental health issues, being under the subjugation of a misogynistic, disgusting, vile-ass father, and her mother is just as disgusting. Is Tiny her mother? I don't think so. Well, she got a mother figure in her. Yeah, I don't think that's her mom. Raggedy ass people over there. And look at the fruits. Look at the fruits from your branches. Look. And then you got T.I. coming out and just validating it. Just validating it. Reinforcing it. Reinforcing it. Here we go. Oh, hold on. Here we go.
People are not living the way why he felt. And of course, I spoke with my son. You know, me and his uncles. You know, we were perplexed by
me and his uncles, a bunch of degenerate ass. That's a community of men. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all have to realize that once boys get into communities of men, what are they being taught by these communities of men? What are they being taught? We were perplexed. Listen to this ignorant ass shit.
his necessity to go back and forth with a short order cook. I didn't understand why he felt he needed to stop what he was doing to engage someone who was at such another level of life. And I had, you know, we were perplexed by his necessity to go back and forth with a short order cook. I didn't understand why he felt he needed to stop what he was doing to engage someone who was at such another level of life.
Did you hear what he said? Why would he engage with someone in another level of life? So he has positioned himself at a different level. We don't know higher or lower, but it's safe to say at a higher level. As a food server. So the food server is at a different level in life than you are, little boy.
I had to explain to him that, you know, when people are not living the way they hope they would live, and here you is walking in with so much freedom and luxury, and you know, people will posture themselves a certain way. So therefore, you're gonna have to enjoy your life. You're gonna have to remove yourself from that energy and go enjoy your life. But the point is, regardless of that situation, man, that shit is very remedial.
Just like your son. Your son is remedial.
Potatoes of the discussion. Okay. Why in the hell is it more newsworthy to report that this man got into an argument with a fucking short order cook?
Because it's not that he got into an argument. He's 17 years old. He came out his face at another person telling them that he was going to pistol whip them. Come back when they are alone. Sounds like some shit he didn't thought about before. Come outside. Now, if that person went outside and your honor roll student shot somebody because he couldn't understand why anyone was not allowing him to behave like a wild boar in a restaurant or diner, you don't understand.
Listen to that situation. That situation, man, world we're living in, well, this is what we rather promote.
What we rather promote while you sitting up here with allegations against you. Shut up. You need to be quiet. You need to not come out and be so egotistical. Like, this is disgusting to me. T.I., I am so disgusted by his display of humanity. I am disgusted by his demonstration of manhood. I am disgusted with him. Raggedy ass bitch.
Whether you know it or not, you not only are you promoting it, you're not just kind of like putting it out there.
No, we're saying, you know what we're saying? We're saying, look at T.I.'s son. Look at what he's produced. This man who basically has a rap sheet. Look at his children now. He was in the home, however long he was when he wasn't in prison. Yes. Now he's in his son's life, and look at the rules of life that he's reinforcing. Raggedy ass nigga. You bunch of raggedy ass MFers. All right, so let's talk about Monique and DL. Okay, I hope I don't know what the story is. Both show two.
That was a moment. There was another part that I actually wanted to play, but I couldn't find it in time. She then goes back. She goes back and drags some more. Look, if you haven't seen this, I think I've watched this video. It's 42 minutes long. I've watched it 3 times, no lie. I've watched it 3. This is my 4th time watching it, and I'm going to watch it again. I wish I could. But period. Erica, you I don't have anything else to add. I literally don't have anything else to add. So for the people on the stage, you guys can make your comments and then we'll close out. I actually wanted to play that earlier. Dang. Go ahead. I'm concerned.
Hey, okay, so I'm going to try to keep it to the punchy parts, but I have quite a bit of notes. So I won't even pretend that it's going to be brief. Sorry, guys, but I'm going to try. So why is it that they're always focusing on unity? That part doesn't sit well with me. And I think it's because when we think about how the relationships always unfold, it's not that Black men want to be our partners. They want to be our brothers, our little needy brothers that are running around our tail and asking us to take the brunt of the work. When we think about how they interact and talk about wanting us to stick together, they're not trying to bring something to the table. They want us to carry them. And we think about when we ask, hey, and Sin has asked several times, other women have asked, why should Black women have their kids? Why should Black women partner with these men? They never have meaningful reasons. And most of the time, they're asking us to partner with men that don't even live out the values that they themselves have. Most of these men would have us partner with TI because we should be we should not have too high of a standard, and we should give men a chance. If you want us to vet, that is profiling. You want us to profile you, and in reality that doesn't work out well for you. Thinking about, why would you unite with somebody? You unite if you have shared goals. Black men have made it clear that their goals are babies and women and harems. Black women have stated that their goals are a seat at a global table and self-actualization and direction. We are not going for the same things. If you want me to be a family with you, and for you to take some sort of leadership, I would have to be buying into where you're going. And I'm telling you, no. Why are you arguing with me about your divine right from God or from society or from patriarchy to decide that I need to go with you? No. If you want to play the game, you play by the rules. And if the rules are that money talks, then figure your stuff out and come back. If innovation talks, then figure your stuff out and come back to me. But they're asking us to make up. They're asking us to literally give them every single to make up reasons to give them to give them power in a game that they have every handicap in, and they refuse to sit with doing what it takes to do better. They act out and they steal all the attention in the room. It's like they're a little brother. They're the problem child. That's why they're doing all this degenerate stuff, and then being mad when Black women get attention for positive things. They just keep making it more and more degenerate. I'm so shocked personally that we're at the stage of—
1 second.
Go ahead.
Stop concern. Sorry. Mr. Rucker says profiling is normal. Ask your job what they do to you. Are you saying we should profile? Just yes or no.
Yes.
Just a yes or no question.
Yes.
So we should profile Black people, Black men.
Yes.
All right, continue, Sincere.
Concern, you're good. So no, you're fine. You're perfect.
Actually,
So
let me just point this out, because I hope people aren't saying I agree, because I've been called elitist. I have never told anyone ever to profile someone else. I don't agree with profiling people. Some of the kindest people I've met in my life did not dress well and did not have the luxury to be able to put on a suit. So as elitist as you might ever think I am, I would never, ever tell someone to profile someone else. That being said, this is important too. Because someone is in a three-piece suit does not make them a good person. Go ahead, Concerned. That is it.
And you think about the literal manifestations of this. They gave credibility to a man that literally, when the dirt came dug up, proof over and over again, he wasn't who he said he was. But because he had on that suit and he had the gravitas, he was. We decided that we were to profile him as a high value man.
Well,
they obsess over vetting.
I don't speak on KS, by the way, but
okay, I'll move on from the point then, because that wasn't even where I was going with it. No. So when we think about how this situation plays out, it's a brother-sister relationship where the sister is taking care of her kid brother who just keeps getting into trouble and wants to steal all the air and attention out of the room. They cannot handle when Black women are even seen in a positive light by anybody. You think about these, whenever white men or anyone else points to an attractive Black woman or whatever, usually they don't even shut up. The first thing they want to do is invalidate it. They just want all the attention on them, and they want Black women to carry them around and tag them along on our rise up. That's why they're so obsessed with marriage and forcing women to stay in these relationships, because they know that we are their meal ticket. We are their way out. They refuse to take ownership to do what it would take to be somebody who can be a part of the change they want to see. And it just reinforces it over and over again because they want to talk about families. If Black women want to talk about anything else, like outside of reproduction, if we want to talk about safety, if we want to talk about anything else, they go back to families, they go back to relationships. It's their only bartering chip, and it's their the bartering comes from this idea that they're entitled to being at the head of the household because of religiosity. And I think it also points back to the Black Power movement, and they're focusing so much on the because every time we ask, when have Black men have been productive? They talk about a time that is in the past. They don't talk about current times, but they refuse to do what it takes to be more effective than the men in the past, and so they don't want to be more strategic, more selfless, more disciplined, more anything like that. They're just constantly comparing themselves to their uncles and fathers and to other men who might be doing the worst of everybody else's groups. They want to align themselves with, and they want to lead women who are showing that those are not their values. We do not need to unite with you. I do not put unity over everything. And I think Black women need to, I think it's in the same way that we talk about Dr. Umar and how he was doing the chanting and the religiosity kind of dog whistle of in the way he was talking. That unity is a dog whistle to this whole Black power thing. And I am a Black woman who feels powerful. I'm not saying Black women and Black people are not powerful, but that does not mean I'm going to carry you. You're not going to silence my legitimate concerns for my safety by telling me that you're my brother and you're supposed to be the head of the household because God said so. And it's just truly reinforced over and over and again. And
wait, Jonathan, I'm not sure. Can one of the moderators give Jonathan the link? I don't know what you mean. Themis, I thought you said women need to call out women and men need to call out men. No, I agreed with the statement that was made, but I was speaking specifically to my role here. But I might not understand what you're saying. So please definitely, are you saying women shouldn't call out men? Because I had a whole show asking men to call out women. So I don't understand what this is saying. But Jonathan, please feel free. Someone drop the link so Jonathan can come up and explain to me what he means. Go ahead and land. I can't believe
I mean, it's all the same point. It's a tyranny of incompetence and weakness. They want us to save them, and all of this is for attention so that we can focus on them and not on what I mentioned, which is our prosperity and our ability to lead our own lives. And it just becomes I don't want to unite. I'm not sitting with you. I'm gonna move to another table, is my point.
Gotcha. Thank you, concerned. Hope, go ahead.
For the TI thing, I mean, she said it all. It's basically, I mean, if anybody thinks having access to money makes you a high value person, there you go.
Yeah.
But I wanted to say, I feel like, to me, the theme of...
I'm sorry. The super chat. I literally just read the super chat. Is he okay with police profiling Black men? Well, if he answers no to this, that defeats the purpose, right? Like,
he answered on the chat, by the way. He answered in the chat.
That yes or no?
He said yes, it's okay for the police to profile Black men, and if the Black man didn't do anything wrong, easy lawsuit. I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
Okay, that's not how profiling works. But all right, I don't think the logical end of it's fine. I'm not doing it. It's fine. Go ahead.
Anyway, I feel like the theme of this whole thing is a lot of, or these type of Black men that, you know, from the video you showed and some other people, they seek, to me, what's amazing is the short-sightedness of it all, in service to control, because it looks like it's all about control. So when the person in the video was talking about, like, oh yeah, Black women are intelligent, are smart, but not because of their degrees, because they stick by black men. It's about control. It's like, forget your degrees, your job, the definition of being intelligent is you sticking by black men. So it's like, let's clip that wing so you don't fly away. And then his complaining about Goldman investing in black women, it's like, let's clip the other wing of financial independence so you don't fly away. And then when Mr. Rucker talks about 50-50, but then he's a leader, it's like, let's clip another wing, which is I still have the final say when you're still doing the labor, you're doing the work. And it's basically, how can you be subservient to me in every single way, financially, within the household, being scapegoated by like everything. Like when he said earlier, like when the CEO blames the workers, this happens all the time. It's called scapegoating. That's what that is. It's called not taking responsibility for what is your fault. It's just the logical or illogical inconsistencies are kind of mind-boggling to me. I feel like it's like we're not. I mean, you might not be elitist, but at this point, I'm like, maybe I'm elitist because I'm like, are we not in the same level here? Thinking it's like we can't even argue. Like
we can't even argue like that. We can't even argue.
We can't even argue. We can't even discuss the nitty-gritty of maybe, like, to me, I'm like, instead of being short-sighted, if you're seeing black women as getting paid and therefore getting more power, why don't you partner up with black women? Not just on a personal level, on a business level. Like, why do you not see the group that is, going forward, instead of you being their partner, they see themselves as adversaries? And I'm like, if that's how it is, you can sit there, whine and cry about it all day long, but you're going to be left in the dust.
Well, the thing is, I mean, having realized that there are people who want to be leaders without the responsibility makes sense. Like, none of this will be logical. You will bend yourself into a pretzel based on what I've learned, and I'm theorizing right now. But it makes sense now that they're like, your job doesn't matter and your education doesn't matter, but I also want you to go 50-50 with me. Like, it makes sense because like, in the way that Mr. Rucker just explained it makes sense that there is a lack of power and control and autonomy over oneself, and also autonomy oneself, but over others too. And the mirage of power, the mirage of the kind of power that exists in other groups can exist in this group if we but let them.
And exactly, that is why I said it comes down to control, and it's short-sighted. It's not even trying to gain control of actual resources, actual power.
I mean, I've kind of skirted around this before, but like, it was kind of explicitly in my face. And it's funny because people keep saying I'm bashing this and I'm bashing that, but I'm really not. Like, I'm actually here, and every so often I'm surprised by like what I think the logical conclusion of some people's argument is on here. It's like, whoa, so it is true. Like, you don't want to lead, you don't want responsibility, but you want the privileges of that responsibility. Like, when you first go to I don't know, paying for your children, when you go to the fact that there are women who have children and mess it up, and you don't blame the father or you don't blame the thief, it's like, for the car, that is. It's like, I get it. I think I'm understanding why. And I mean, it's horrible, it's bad, but it feels like it comes from a lack of power. Like,
it does, and this is why they hold on to whatever, and what the ladies were saying earlier, what looks like. It's all about the looks.
I will say this, because a bunch of academics are going to come email me now, and like, you don't have a right to theorize without blah. Look, I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying I'm in the pre-stage of forming a theory on what I think is happening. I'm not yet theorizing and I'm not pathologizing. Please, my professors are going to email me anyway. It's fine. I don't know why my mom sent it. Whatever. Now I have to engage with these people every day after lives. Continue.
I don't know what the problem is, but we're not theorizing in a vacuum right now. This is
no, you can. I'm fine with you. And by the way, I said you people, these people, and realize they're going to also see that.
You're in trouble.
I mean, I sincerely appreciate and love all of them for all they've done for me and blah, blah, blah. But it's just like, I don't want to debate with y'all about like, you have to be precise and you have to be more specific and you can't, whatever.
This is the specific. I mean,
it's not you. You're fine. You're fine.
Right.
I promise you're fine.
I mean, I understand what you're saying because I'm surrounded by people that are very particular about how things are. And this is the frustrating part. Like, I'm used to discussing things with people and we come with our sources and we get down to the nitty gritty. But it's like with these people, like the guy earlier in the video and some other people, it's like we can't even get to the nitty gritty. We can't even get to an intellectual conversation because it's like you can't when you're like logically vetting does not work. It is not a thing, and then they keep circling right back to vetting.
I mean, no, and it's unfair to keep going back to vet because then they're like, your standards are too high. Like, okay, I am vetting and I want a person who makes money and who does it. Well, your standards are too high. What? So
it's a lose-lose situation on purpose because they have lost the power over women, which and then they've said it before. Remember when Hafiz was basically like, oh, remember back in the day when all a man had to do is basically have a job and then he would have a control over another human being and his whole household. That's what they want, but without the
they're doing their part, the providing part.
Exactly. And also with from what I heard earlier, they don't even want to do the work of having a 50-50 relationship. Because when you said that's possible, he's like, how though? What do you mean how?
Yeah, right. No, I was. By the way, Mr. Rocker, Swassa, and Obi, I know y'all are here. I'm intentionally ignoring you. I'm gonna speed this up a little bit, so because I want to talk in the after show. Because apparently I'm missing something.
I can let them go. I'll.
No, you're fine. We'll go in the after show. Thank you so much. What's your name again?
Hope.
Hope. That was Hope. Thank you, Hope. All right, go ahead. LB.
Okay, so on the kid, he was just wild, and like he was just wild, and I can and can't believe that T.I. responded in that way. I think that as far as that situation is concerned, he's doing a disservice to his son, not only because like he's skewing his reality, his vision of reality, but also like you're not putting yourself in a position to continue to elevate, because people with real wealth, with old money, they're not going to want to be around somebody like that. So you're like capping yourself off at where you're at, and you're capping off your children at where they're at, in my opinion. And that's just my opinion. Aside from that, I think it's funny. I'm glad I'm not the only one that saw him looking like a Muppet, because he looked like a straight Muppet, and I would have to say it even if he was my student. I'd have been like, why are you yapping off at the mouth looking like a whole Muppet with the camera all sideways thinking you're doing something? Because what, you're live cussing out a service worker? Like, and then like to be so derogatory as if you like earned your own money. That's like me riding around in my mom's car with her money talking about like these peasants. Like, no, like I don't drive a luxury car. I drive a regular car because that's what I've earned with my money so far. I can't use my family or my mom or my family status to like put myself above others. And even if you do have that self-earned, why would you downgrade the people that make your life possible? Because you don't want to do that work. And then on a separate note, like there were so many things. Like there's the Iron Fist thing, which I thought was hilarious because like if you do like a really quick Google search, one of the results provided by Merriam-Webster, it says that ruling with the iron fist implies violence, so or cruel behavior. So like I don't understand why there was any mix up about that. I don't know if people are just like using like phrases that they're not familiar with, but that wouldn't be new. And then just like this whole like all of it like the beginning of the live was cool, but once people did start to show up, it was kind of exhausting just listening to the bullshit.
Well,
Sorry to
it's
cut.
gonna keep, no, you're fine. It's gonna keep getting exhausting. And the reason is I am determined to understand what is happening, particularly with Black men online. And so if they, to the extent that they show up, I will speak to them. I promise I
Oh
will
yeah,
speak to them.
and I know I
just,
have the right to leave.
no, right? True. And I do encourage one other thing. If there's 0 people in here when I'm talking to them, that's fine. You can leave and come back. Please come back. But for my own sort of understanding of what is happening, I need to know because the logic is not logicking. And I am at a point now where like people keep saying, oh, I'm just with the women. I'm just with the women. The more I hear, the more I'm with them. The more I'm with the women. And the reason is I can't imagine, like I can do it now because there's an emotional wall up. Like I obviously get heated sometimes because I am emotionally invested in my image, right? We all are, and that's the problem too. But I am not dating any of these people. So like I am not emotionally invested. I can't imagine what it's like be dating someone and them just gaslighting you, giving you these logics that don't make sense. And particularly if you're an intelligent woman, it's like, do you ignore that he doesn't make sense and pretend like he is actually contributing to the conversation? Or do you call him out on it? Because if you do, I can imagine that ego becomes a problem.
I can tell you from experience, like as an intelligent woman, and I'm going to go ahead and say that because I feel like I've earned that title. Fine. But maybe not here, but in my personal life. What I will say is that like when you date somebody who is like that, because I have before, like thank God I'm not like invested in them as my only dating option. But when I have dated them before, it's mostly like it doesn't last long. It's maybe like a date or two. And because I can't even tolerate it. You say something that doesn't make sense, I'm going to challenge you on it. And if you can't make sense of it, I say, okay, and I note it. If you're somebody who's like a fun person to grab a drink with, cool. If you're somebody who's like always available to go out, I might hit you up sometimes. But what I'm not going to do is start a relationship with you because you're full of shit and like you can't hold a conversation in the spirits that I will be in long term. So like you just become entertainment at that point, and and you get to entertain me for however long I feel like being entertained. And you get bored with that. It's boring.
Yeah, in the need for clarification, there was an insult about being too pedantic. So I mean, at this point, I'm just gonna like let it slide for now. Thank you, LB.
Oh, can I? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Just real quick, yes, Mr. Rucker, you are people. And then side note, I just wanted to make a note on profiling. I think that profiling in itself is not like the harm. The harm is profiling, creating that profile with your bias being part of you having created that profile, and then not acknowledging and addressing your bias when you act. I don't think profiling is wrong until you act based off of a profile without acknowledging and addressing your bias. That's
I think that's the point. I think the point of profiling is to act. So if you're condoning profiling, you're condoning stop and frisk, which was outlawed in New York. So, I mean, I just oppose the idea that I oppose that you should profile people. I oppose it.
I think that it's not best practice, but I also think that there's an instinctual element to it.
Oh no. Yeah, we discriminate like every day, and we make split-second judgment about people. But I think it's incumbent on us to know that because someone is in a suit does not mean they're worth more and should be listened to than someone else who might not be in a suit. And I say this knowing that as I mean, we all treat as a black man, I go into the world and I don't actually get as much profiling as I think most other people do, but I don't think it's good. Because I don't think you should have to dress well to go into a supermarket. I don't know. It's just me. But I mean, I do it, but I don't think you should have to. I don't think you
I
should have to.
definitely, no, I agree with that. And I think like what it is looking at it as when, I think like from your point of view, profiling automatically includes an act. Like it leads to an act. Like it's not profiling if it's not an act, it's just discrimination. Am I right in like how you're seeing it?
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm not giving advice. Again, Mr. Rocker said you should profile black men. I didn't do it, so go forth and profile black men based on Mr. Rocker's recommendation.
Not only did he say you should profile them, but he said if police happens in the chat, like he said, if you happen to profile a black man as a police officer and that black man ends up dead, then it's a benefit to the community because he will be leaving behind generational wealth. And I thought that was something that was interesting. And I would love to hear more if he's willing to talk on that, or if you have time to talk on that.
If you can you write that so I can play, because I'm going to talk to the men in.
Like, it's in the private chat, but I also have a copy of it.
All right, I'm not going to kick you out. I'm going to put you in the back so we can come back.
Okay.
Themis, I have heard of Erica, but thank you for posting that video. No, Erica is she's that girl. She's always here. She's actually right above you in the comment right there. X, go ahead. X Passaic. Oh, you're on mute. All right. Breezington, go ahead.
Hi, all. So I'd say the big thing that I noticed or I took from this is, and I think it's, to the detriment of individuals who try to utilize the corporate structure to mirror what their familial structure should look like. For all parties involved, I mean, the corporate structure automatically implies that there are parties who have shares in this home. And given that if there are enough parties a part of that home, one, aside from whoever the CEO is, they can be voted out of that home, right? Regardless of whatever wrongdoing or whatever, one can have a corporate takeover, right? And I don't necessarily know if that is the appropriate way that you want to look at it. There are a myriad of other things that one should consider when trying to parallel the corporate structure for a familial structure. It's just a bad idea in general, in my view. That's one thing. I also caution to the fact of utilizing profiling in general, right? I mean, the assumption is that, hey, by the nature of this, the appearance of this individual, that they are automatically fall into this particular category. And by that in its nature alone, one would say if we were to do that for Black men in general, no Black men would be married, right?
Yeah,
no Black men would be partnered.
I worry that in an attempt to differentiate ourselves, the educated Black man, in an attempt to differentiate ourselves from the Pookies and Ray Rays or whatever, we are willing to throw them under the bus. That's not okay. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that is okay. And if we are men, and this is why when someone said, I am the good Black man or whatever, I reject it. One, I'm a fruitcake. Two, because I might have some access, I don't separate myself from the struggle of Black men generally. What I'm unwilling to do is highlight the system and remove agency when we're confronted with the harm that we Black men impose on other people. But I find so often that there's such a willingness to disregard Blackness and people less than you, quote unquote. It's so easy for some people to do because that's what they want. Like it almost as if Blackness is a curse that they want to get rid of. And so as soon as you can, you have access and you can create a bubble to isolate you from the rest of the Black community, you do it. And you're like, okay, yeah, profile them. I won't get caught up in there because I can no, I do agree that something needs to be happened to people who are inflicting a tremendous amount of harm. Agreed. But I don't know, for you to be so blazant in your rejection of, for you to be so blazant in the rejection of what happens on a systemic level as a Black man gives me pause. Now, Black women can say, yeah, no, lock them up, blah, blah, blah. Whatever the conversation Black women want to have about their own pain, they have a right to that. As a Black man, it actually hurts to hear another Black man says that the police should profile Black men. Like I am absolutely aboard. Like the idea perplexes me, but it shouldn't. I have been speaking to too many people on YouTube for too long for these ideas to be like we're too cavalier in our language. We are too cavalier in what we say. It's ridiculous. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, and I just caution it because then who's developing the profile, right? And how do you know that you fall within this particular profile? And there are wolves in sheep's clothing all around, all within our communities and all communities. So just to assume that this particular profile, if you were to design one and determine that, hey, this is what the good version versus the bad version looks like, our highest earners in some cases fall into this profile that may not look like the good Black man in the sense that he may look like the Pookie and the Ray Ray. You see what I'm saying? I look at my stepfather as an example of a good Black man. But if you looked from the exterior, he looks like one of those gentlemen, right? He's not a suit and tie kind of man. He's a multimillionaire, did it on his own and so on and so forth. So like, in his taking care of myself and his own biological children, that is a good Black man. But if I was to go based on these individuals' profiles, this was also a man who previously was incarcerated. So like,
Yeah.
does that make him, is he a disposable Black man? Do you see what I'm saying? So I caution anyone who says that, hey, we should just profile all of anyone, to assume that hey, these individuals are disposable. This leaves no room for redemption. And based on where we are as a community, specifically where Black men are as a community, it leaves no space for redemption. It leaves no space for correction. And so,
I mean, at the point where men are telling other men that, at this point, women, I'm not going to say divest, but like at this point, it doesn't make no sense. Like, I mean, at the point where men are saying, yeah, police should die, like, I just stop by to say fruitcake designs are in the Discord. Thank you, Prince Betty. But I appreciate that because Brewsington, sorry, continue. I had one more. The demand for a stepfather in the community is high. Black men need to step up and fill the void. No, fathers need to step up, but I don't. Please come up, King. I don't know if you're trolling because I don't disagree with this, but I think there's nuance because I'll explain in a minute.
Yeah, there absolutely is nuance because you have to also bear in mind that my biological father was killed by gunfire, doing nothing wrong. You see what I'm saying? So to make the assumption you're killing off half the population just by the hands of violence alone, leaving children fatherless. So, where are these, you know what I mean? If we were to just go by profile, it leaves no space for redemption. It leaves no space for the assumption that, hey, all Black men fall into this particular category. And it automatically says that we are a hegemonic community, which we are not. We are a monolith and that we are not. I don't think that we should be defining what Black womanhood or Black manhood looks like based on a singular profile, and then giving it out to folks to say, hey, this is what you should decide. And then, it also makes sense to me that this is the approach that one would take if they're taking a corporatist mindset to their familial structure, right? Which in itself is a problem, and we know institutionally and systematically has a ton of flaw in itself, right? If our only value to family is what we can financially provide, then that is a problem in itself. And that in itself, if the profile is based on that, Black men have disqualified themselves as a whole.
I mean, at this point, the disqualification is very obvious. Like, if you don't understand, like, we're fighting the wrong battle. Like, you're fighting with me, not you, sorry, Breezington, but people are fighting with me about, like, women and me picking up for women while saying the police should profile. I feel like you don't understand where your fight is. I feel like we are disagreeing on who we should be pushing back against, because I would say it's the establishment, the government, the system. I would say that, but apparently it's not that for a lot of people. Anywho, did Obi just drop off? All right, well, Obi just dropped off. All right, let's go into the I'm not for everyone, you're last, and then we'll go into the after show. Go ahead. I'm not for everyone.
Okay, well, I'll just be quick. All this really sums up to me. I agree with Erica. This is disgusting. Honestly, the thought process that Black women need to be left destitute to broke males in a patriarchy is absolutely unacceptable. And it's not only a word salad, it's unproductive and it's extremely dangerous. For the love of God, women, please just leave men, period, alone. I don't care if he's Black. I don't care if he's green with polka dots. Just leave their gender, period, alone. There is something obviously wrong with their mindset and the way they view women entirely. Just leave them alone. They obviously don't need us. They don't want us, which is fine. Don't give them energy. Don't give them support. Don't give them nothing. Give them nothing. They don't deserve it. There is literally no point. You're just draining yourself.
Thank you. Now we are going to, with that, go into the after show. This is going to be a discussion that might be hard to hear. So if you guys want to leave, please do so. That's fine. All right. That's the final warning. All right. Jonathan, you said what?
Hey, Themis, can you hear me?
Yep.
Well, I had a few things to say. I think you speak very intelligently, but to the previous woman, just off top, you can't bunch every guy into, the same box. You have to give men a chance. And I know her points are wrong because she is boxing in men. And at the end of the day, there are good men out there. There's plenty of them. It's just it's not factual that there's not good men out there.
Do you believe men should be profiled?
Yes. I don't really have that much opinion on it. I believe, if a guy looks guilty, he looks guilty. Now, based on skin color, no. But
wait, so you do understand who creates the profile?
And what do you mean?
By being Black, you are guilty. Not you. I don't know your race.
Okay.
But by being Black, you are presumed guilty.
Absolutely not. Why would I want somebody? I'm a Black man, so I wouldn't want somebody to, profile me off the street because of my skin color.
But
no.
Then why would you say you are for profiling? Like, this is what I don't understand. Like
no. Well, listen, Themis. I said I'm for profiling if it's under the right circumstances. So there's a robbery, and and you see somebody who meets a character. You know what I mean? Who meets the qualification, a description. Yes, there's different things to that, but I don't think it should be just based on skin color or where I am in Arizona, based on if you look Mexican or not. Of course not. And I that's not the point I wanted to argue though. I wanted to really say, you said women. I said women should call out women and men should call out men. I really think I don't necessarily think that. I just think anybody who has good points should share them. And I don't, and I think that a lot of men do have good things to say to women. A lot of women do have good things to say to men, and a lot of men should
Wait,
listen to.
pause. I don't disagree with you. What I'm saying is about accountability, and I should have been more precise. When it comes to accountability and holding people accountable, I think accountability requires self and group.
Yes.
So when you're talking about holding women accountable for who they choose, no, I think your energy should be spent in holding men accountable for being good or bad men in this case.
Themis, yes, that is a part of it, and I absolutely agree with you. But we can walk and chew gum at the same time.
No, but it seems like we just want to. If chewing gum is calling out black women, it seems like that's all y'all want to do.
No, no. Well, no, Themis. What I want to do personally, and I can't speak for anybody else, and I watch a lot of this content, is I want men to take accountability. And I agree with a lot of the things you say, and a lot of the women, that make sense. The things that they want, the provider, it all. I have 5 sisters, so you know, I come from that, cloth of observing men from that standard, and I've talked to my sisters for years about what to look for in a man. And I can go into that too, but that's a whole different other thing. But I think it's accountability towards men, and I think women should have accountability too. What is the problem with that?
What
Two
should
things.
women have accountability for?
They're humans, they're people. So your actions have.
No. As a collective, what should black women have accountability for?
Choosing who they choose. Can you agree with this, Themis?
Facts.
That you cannot go out and you can't grab a woman off the street and have sex with her. She has to agree, or you will be put in jail. We can agree on that.
No, I actually know women who were forced and the men weren't in jail because they didn't want to lock up a good black man. I've been trying to convince them that the black man is not good, but that's neither here nor there.
But the law says if you do that, you go to jail. There's precedent. There's standing in society.
Yeah, but you just said a very, very definitive statement that I'm telling you is incorrect. Now, I take your point that in consensual relationship, go ahead.
Yes, the grape is illegal. That's what I'm trying to say. So, and the most true thing I've ever heard in my life was women do control that, and that's why almost 30% of
women do not control that. That statement makes absolutely no sense.
But okay, Themis, can you go out right now and force a woman to have sex with you? No, you cannot. You cannot do that.
No. Stop. You're saying women control sex.
They control access to sex. Yes, they decide.
That does not make sense to me. Mr. Rocker, do you agree that women control sex? No. I'll let you finish in a moment. Mr. Rocker, do you agree?
That women have control over access of sex?
Women control sex.
No, I don't agree with that.
Why don't you agree?
Because it has to be consensual. She can say yes, he can say no, or vice versa.
All right, perfect. At least we agree in one thing. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Okay, Obi, if you wanted to go out tonight and you saw a woman that you wanted to have sex with and she said no, you could not do anything about it. That's
you have always wait. No. You.
Can I say something though?
Wait. Sorry, Obi. Yeah, 1 second.
Okay.
You in wanting to have sex with her already consented.
But you can't. I have 5 sisters. If some dude off the street said, I want to have sex with your sister, I'd be like, dude, get the hell out of here. It's her choice. She decides.
It's also his choice when he decided he wanted to have sex.
If he touches my sister, it's not his choice. It's her choice. Absolutely her choice.
No. Can any woman come up to you and sleep with you?
No.
So you have a choice.
Themis, it's the law. Whoever has the choice.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, continue.
Themis, you can't come up to somebody and take sex from them. That's what I'm trying to say. And as far as men, what do men want from women? Men want sex.
Wait. No. You're jumping ahead. The fact that you can deny access to you sexually implies what?
I can't be raped. Nobody can be raped.
No, you can be raped, but that's not the point. I'm saying, in terms of consent, if we're not talking about that breaking the law to have access, you control who you have sex with. Is that not accurate?
Every individual controls who they have sex with, but I'm
So
talking about
how does that square when you say women control sex but men
in the
don't?
Listen, for everybody listening, in the context of dating and relationships, men want sex, women have sex. That is what men want from women. At the end of the day, if women want sex from men, it's the same dynamic. I'm not changing the dynamic.
Yeah, so women want sex, men want sex. How are you saying it's a woman's duty to? It's a woman who controls
I'm not
sex.
saying it's a woman's duty. I'm saying she has choice. You cannot. Every woman in this chat can
And a
tell.
man does not have choice.
Huh?
And a man does not have choice.
I never said it, Themis. I said a man has choice. I said it's the same
So
dynamic.
period. So a man have a choice and a woman have choice.
Absolutely. We're both people.
So why do women control access to sex now?
Because in the context of a man wanting it from a woman, it can be a woman. We could be talking about a woman wanting it from a man too. I'm just talking about in the context right now of a man wanting it from a woman. A woman has the choice, Themis, on whether he can touch her, or not. That is all I'm saying. I don't want to argue this point because it's kind of small.
No. You don't get to tell me what you want to argue. Actually, are you just going to concede then that women don't have control, control sex?
Why would I? Okay, Themis. What?
I thought you were just conceding it. My bad. Sorry. Go ahead.
What part of men can control their bodies and women can control their bodies means that women do not have control over their bodies? Both thoughts can exist at one time. Once again,
yeah, but when you say women, it's not control their body. You say women control sex and activity.
Sex. Okay, their access to their bodies, sex, control to access to sex, and honestly, that is what the market. That is what men have said.
Wait. You're getting flustered, and I think I know why. You want to move on from a point you have seen that you've lost, and that's fine. You can move on by conceding.
Can I? Themis, what have I said has told you that women do not control access to sex?
No, I'm not saying women don't control. I'm saying it's a choice of both people whether or not to have sex, unless it's rape.
Sure. Yeah. I don't think we're arguing. We're arguing past each other. I agree with you.
No, you are probably arguing past me. I'm directly speaking to what you said. When you say women control sex, it's not control their bodies, because men control their bodies, and we would be like, period. You said women control access to sex. Both people control access to sex. That a man is more horny in your mind and will sleep with more women does not negate the fact that he also have to consent. Because if a man doesn't consent, it is also rape.
Okay, Themis, that could be true. I'm not disagreeing with you. Men can get raped too. Women can get raped too. I agree with you. I was just saying in the context of our conversation and what I was trying to say, women control access to sex. Okay, and I know that because I have 5 sisters. And I know ain't no dude's gonna be walking up in there no time soon touching them without
by your logic. When you put up that logic, any woman should be able to come sleep with you.
No, I never said that. See, what you're trying to say, oh, so you said that, so you don't mean that. No, both exist at the same time. I have the rights, I have my rights, they have their rights. And I was simply just trying to say, to be honest, I lost my point because we've been going in circles, but I think men need to listen to women. I think there's good points. I don't think we need to play the extremes. I think what that woman before me was saying was just toxic. Because at the end of the day, there are good men. I'm sorry. There are, and they're everywhere around. And the real question is, why can't
they're not everywhere around, because if they were everywhere around, vetting wouldn't be a problem. You could just close your eyes and pick one. I have a question though, because you don't. I think y'all think I'm just being mean for no reason. And one of the things,
Can I go? I have to leave in 10 minutes to go get my boy. So can I say something before I leave? Is it okay?
Yeah, after I finish.
All right then.
The it doesn't make sense to me that you guys are thinking I'm just here to attack. It doesn't make sense to me, and I'm trying to make it make sense. And you can, in fact, concede, but no, it looks like no one want to concede. No one wants to concede and just say, "Oh, you know what? I didn't think of that. Maybe I should have thought about it differently." Yeah, you're right. Both people have access to sex, so women don't control sex. Blah blah blah. Let's move on.
You just said both people have access. That has nothing to do with control. That has nothing to do with control.
You said women control access to sex, did you not?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, stop. While you marinate on women have control of sex and access to sex, think about that and we'll come back to it because I'm not done. Go ahead, Obi. I know you have to leave.
All right, thank you, Themis. Hello, everyone. What I've seen in this conversation, and thank you for having this conversation, because I'm learning, I'm seeing the mindset of people towards this thing. I see almost like a desperate abdication of responsibility on the part of these men. And I don't see how they don't see how it makes them look weak and make them untrustworthy for anybody to lead them, for them to lead anyone. When you give control of something as powerful as sex, as something as powerful as getting somebody pregnant to a woman, you're assuming the submissive position. You're assuming a weaker position. You're saying that you don't have power over your own self and you don't have agency. Men have power and agency and control, and that's why I think men can lead. But leadership is a skill you have to learn, and if you're a leader, you take absolute accountability when things go right and when things go wrong. You don't say it's 50-50 when it comes to the children, but it's going to be 100%. I'm going to make 100% of the decisions, but when things fail, it's a 50-50 blame. Men that are leaders, if you read any credible leadership book on the earth, men that are leaders take 100% responsibility of the success and failures of any unit they are leading. They don't abdicate responsibility. And let me say something about sex. Men control who gets pregnant. If a man does not release his semen inside a woman, pregnancy does not happen. There's no magical way a woman can get that to happen. Men have the power. So if men were actually responsible, if there are actually a whole lot of good men all over the place, there wouldn't be all these people getting pregnant because men would be controlling their seed and controlling their self and not getting any random woman pregnant. It is the responsibility of a man to control his self, control his we have agency. This is just it's just like whining, making men look weak. And it's sad to me. It's sad that these people want to be leaders, but they're saying, I'm weak. But look at this, I can't do this. I'm weak here, I'm weak here. They're just saying I'm weak and telling people and telling women that need protection to follow weak people. How does that even make sense to anyone?
It shouldn't. Themis thought men are conditioned to believe that sex is something men do to women, not with. Oh, that's important. Well, I need to explain to these people that men, your bodies are temples, and not everyone should get access. I guess temples are bad. I forgot. Everyone gets access to temples. Your body is precious, young man, and you should not be giving it away to everyone. Now that sounds like a man. Thank you. Period. Obi came through. You can finish up Obi, by the way, if you want. I want to go back to Jonathan.
So yeah, for the guys that are listening, we have power, we have strength. There's a reason why we are bigger and stronger. It's because so we can lead and provide. That means we take responsibility. We have bigger shoulders, so we can bear bigger burdens. That is how we are built. So if we're supposed to do that, women should be able to see that we have the skills to be able to lead. We have vision. They can actually trust us to protect them emotionally. They can actually trust us to protect them in every way. That is what protection and provision is for. You can't say you're a leader, then when responsibility comes, you want to abdicate responsibility. That is actually weakness. I wish men would stop making this pathetic argument that women control sex. You control who gets pregnant. Nobody could have gotten pregnant with me if I did not allow it to happen. Nobody has the ability to do that because I have agency and I have my own power. Men have power. Men, guys, let's do better. If we are better, the women wouldn't need to vet. And one day I would like one of these guys to tell me how you actually can tell a man that will sleep with you and leave you, get you pregnant and leave you in 3 months. How can you tell? Because I've been in the game. We all know what game is. So like, what are we talking about here? So I want these guys to tell me exactly how it is women can tell a man that is not going to be able to take care of their children, right? And if you say income, 75% of black men make less than $50,000 a month, a year. So they can't even take anything. They can't even provide for a full family. So like, do you want leadership or do you want cooperation and partnership with a woman that can actually help you and you guys can come together and actually build a proper family? What do you want? And I'm out, man. Thank you.
Period. Thank you, Obi. Jonathan. Yeah.
What's up?
So, do you now agree that men also control sex?
I don't. Well, theme is one thing I think you're getting wrong about me, and you're putting kind of words in my mouth. I never said that men don't control their bodies. I never uttered that.
I didn't say you say that. I said, do men control sex?
I know, but earlier, huh?
Go ahead.
Earlier, Obi, and partially the things you were saying were making reference to the fact that I said men don't control their bodies and or something to that nature. I never said
no. We said men. You said men don't control sex. For women to control sex and not men, it means that women have control over their bodies and men don't, because we use our bodies for sex. So that's the line.
Okay, well that's your logic. My logic is women have temples just like men have temples, right? Just like men have temples. And in the context of dating and what men and women want, we can stand here and we can argue all day, but at the end of the day, I cannot go out tonight, and there's plenty of men that wish that they could, trust me. They wish that they could, but they don't have access. They have no access, and there's nothing in the world that they can do to change that. And how bad?
See, you're speaking in absolutes. There's something they could do that land them in prison.
That's why I don't refer to that, because I said in the beginning it's illegal. So I don't.
Okay, maybe this is don't speak in these absolutes. But because men are always horny in your mind does not mean that they don't control sex. You and women together create sex when it's consensual. You guys do it together. So for heterosexual relationships. So I don't get why men keep saying women control sex. By default, what you're saying is you don't have control, like you are always on. That's what that means.
Well, no. What honestly men are saying, there's tons of lonely men out there that don't have access to women. They're incels, they're virgins, they're 30, 40, 24, 25. They don't have sex. They want to have sex, but they cannot. And guess what? I agree with the system. I am with you guys. Those guys should not have sex. They should not be getting.
Well, we're making moral judgment about who should and should not. What I'm saying is, even for the men who women want to sleep, like there are women also who are virgins, right? Like, I think the problem is when you say women control sex, the responsibility of chastity is put on the woman, right?
Exactly. That's because you cannot ensure paternity. If a woman is sleeping around with a bunch of men,
that's a whole different topic. When you say exactly you can't prove paternity, that's not that.
You cannot.
No.
Themis, if a woman is sleeping around with a bunch of men, historically, this is throughout time. This is the point.
No. I'm not saying you're incorrect. I'm saying your point, correct or incorrect, is irrelevant.
Oh, well, okay. I mean, Themis, I don't know where we're going with this anymore. I'm kind of lost.
It's not going anywhere. I'm trying to get you to understand that you saying women control sex is an inaccurate statement. It's one that I've heard in the manosphere over and over and over again. But women control sex and men control marriage. No, marriage is an agreement.
Yes and no, because plenty of women want to get married and they can't go out there and they can't ask their best friend, hey, can you marry me? That's not how it works. You cannot. There's benefits, there's different consequences that come with marriage. You can't just slide the ring on somebody. It has to be somebody has to want to marry you. That is the point. Somebody has to want to marry you from both sides. I'm not saying it's just from one side, from both sides. Right?
Yeah, but when you say from both sides, it doesn't mean like you can say majority, and I think this is what the manosphere want to say. It's because most women want to get married, men have an upper hand on the marriage market.
Is that not true though?
Huh?
Is that not a fact though? I mean, let's put it on
that
the
doesn't mean
table.
men control marriage. Because
why not? If women want it, men have it to give.
I promise you right now, if you tell Deanne to marry you, Deanne is not going to say yes.
Themis, that is not the point, and you know that is not the point.
It is the point. It is taking responsibility away. Like, I don't understand how you guys don't see how this is a responsibility issue. When you sit here and you say women control marriage, women control sex, you are saying, well, it is her responsibility. No. It is your responsibility too. Your body, your temple, you do with it what you want to do with it.
You know what the thing is? A woman, any woman in this thing is not going to be here tonight, and she's not going to have a dude out of nowhere just fall into her womb and just come in there, right? It ain't going to happen. She's going to have to find that dude, really, assess him and make sure he's the right guy. That's the point. And here's what I want to say to the OB guy. Before you ever put your thing into a woman, she has to vet you. I have 5 sisters, and if
when you think she has to vet you, do you not have to vet the woman?
Yes, but Themis, in the beginning of dating, all of the responsibility is on the man. So she is looking to see who he is, basically.
Are you not also looking to see who she is?
Themis, yes, that is the point. You keep coming with this opposite thing. Yes, every time. Yes.
No, but when you say it, the contrapositive is not always the truth. So I get the fear. But when you say something like that, it implies in modern conversation that the opposite is not true. Like when you say women have to vet men, yeah, true. Men have to vet women too. Women have to consent.
Okay, so you
men
want me to
have
say
to consent.
Okay, so you want me to say men and women every time I say something? I will do that if that makes you comfortable and makes the argument.
No. It's not that you shouldn't be saying women control sex. No one should be saying that.
Why? And thing is, here's what I'm seeing that you actually have a problem with.
Why is it important? Sorry, why? Actually, give you a critique and then I'll ask my question.
When I speak, I just speak direct, meaning I'm not worried about. I'm coming from a good place, meaning I want the best for women. I have women all around me. I really do. So when I'm talking about,
I believe that, but the problem is I don't know that for a fact. So I can't go. I wrote an article on this, right? And I cannot go off what you are inside. I have to go on what you say and what you do. Unfortunately, that means good people on the inside will be faulted for bad actions, but that's all I have to judge you by, is your actions and your words.
Women. So I can't speak about women because I'm a man.
No, wait, what? How did you get there? Why? I didn't say that. I'm saying when you say women control sex, I think that is an inaccurate statement. And the reason is my question, why is that important for you to say?
Well, it was to a direct point that I forgot now, but
what does it mean to you when you say women control sex?
It simply means that this is the way it was supposed to be. This is the way Mother Nature made it so that women can vet the best man, that they can look for who is the best guy and not just let any dude come up into their bed and do whatever they need to do with them.
That's what I'm saying. That's why the opposite is here, right? When we look at the man, isn't the man supposed to care about the woman too?
What do you mean? Like,
aren't you supposed to vet? Like, you're like, women shouldn't let men run up in them and all of that stuff. Vulgar, whatever, it's fine. But
If you want me
And
to
I'm
talk
like,
to the
okay,
men,
huh?
you know what? If you want me to talk to men, I will give you 20 minutes of conversation on men and what they need to do. I don't have a problem
No,
with
I
that. I
don't
was just
think
talking about
I think you're missing my point, Jonathan. I think you're missing my point. I don't know if you're intentionally missing my point, but I think you're missing my point. I would like for you to understand. Well, let me. I've been asking you, and I'm going to add Deanne now in a moment. 2 seconds. When you say men should, women control sex, what does that mean?
it means historically and even today, women are in control of the sexual marketplace as far as what men have sex.
That is
Women,
repeating. You're repeating your stance. I'm asking why. Why is it? What does it mean? What does that imply about the interaction between men and women?
it means that you need to be the best man you can be to have access to what you want. Meaning, if women are saying that they want a provider, if women are saying that they want a dude who's taking care of himself and who's committed to them, guess who you need to be? Guess what you need to be fitting in? That's the box. That's the box that you need to be fitting in if you want to get
But
sex.
are
If you
you doing
don't,
that to have sex with women?
if you want to have sex with women,
No,
yes. I'm
are
not
you
saying,
doing it to have
huh?
sex with women? Are men's
Some,
entire
listen, Themis,
I'm
honestly,
asking about you. I'm
me
asking
personally,
specifically about you.
I care nothing about sex, me personally. I have no motivations as far as sex. I want a real partner. I honestly want a woman that is committed to me. I've done all the shenanigans. I want nothing to do with that. And I think most men,
So you won't just sleep with any woman.
I mean, I'll sleep with a lot of women, but that doesn't say much. It doesn't really say much. I'll sleep
So
with a
right
lot
now
of
you would sleep with a lot of women.
I don't know whether you mean a lot as far as number or type of person, but type of person, yes, but a lot, no. No, I'm not at that point. No.
But I'm saying, not every woman can come and get in your bed.
Of course not. That's true for
So
both
you
men and women.
control who you have sex with.
That's true for both men and women. I've been saying that since you brought it up, Themis.
Yeah, but you understand why I brought it up.
And you keep bringing it up, and it goes back to the point that you said we don't have to mention men and women every time. We get men have control to their bodies. I was making a point about women, but I can't even make a point. I see, but I get what you're
No,
saying.
wait, why are you being passive aggressive? Like, I don't understand. Like, am I that horrible of a person? Like, is my interaction that bad? Because, like,
No,
I'm literally sitting here thinking, oh, I'm having a conversation and I'm trying to get clarity. But it comes when your responses read as if you, like, I am, there's an affront to your dignity of some sort.
No, Themis. I think what you're talking about is incredibly important. I think it's interesting. I think what you're doing is interesting. I think what the women said earlier was interesting. I just think that one woman before me, I had something to say about what she said. I thought it was toxic. I think I think we need to come together. I truly believe that we're better together, men and women. Whatever this argument goes, I truly believe that. And I want to see women. I don't think this needs to be a conversation of, oh, women don't have any control. They can't choose, and we don't need to have it doesn't need to go that far. I was just saying women can control this section of their lives in the dating market. Men want that. They know that they can control that. They know that's what men want. That was really it. I didn't really want to go that deep into it, but yeah.
Yeah, I think you're not understanding what I was doing, and that's fine. Someone said to just tell you the answer, and I can't. Like, I was raised on having to get to the answer on my own, and my mom would question me over and over about things in order for me to get to where I need to get to, and she would never tell me the answer. I think that's great because I don't forget it when I get to it. I am I'm taken aback a little bit, not a lot, but a little now. And this happens time and again where there is an agreement and there is a moving of of sorts where people will change their position but won't admit to changing it. And that's concerning me because I've been reading the DSM-5. I'm not going to tell you which one it is, and I'm not diagnosing you, just an FYI. But it is troubling to me. It is troubling to me because the unwillingness to admit that, yeah, you know what, when I say women control sex, I was attempting to put the responsibility of sex on women, that they should prevent men from having sex with them. But to say that is to ignore the fact that men also have a choice in who to have sex with.
We
And
agree.
yes. And so
Agree.
your statement that women control sex, not their bodies, but sex, is one that gives power to women that they don't have. Because unless every single woman can come to you and say, let's have sex, and you have to say yes, then at that point, it's not, they don't control sex. You can discriminate on who to have sex with.
Themis, I think we're gonna agree to disagree, but
Yeah,
you know,
why
it
would
was
you? I thought you just said you agree. Why would you why would you agree to disagree?
I mean, we've been going in circles about this. I think in the context of dating, men and women, yes, have access to have control of their bodies. Nobody can take anything from men and women. But at the end of the day, men are out actively searching for sex from women. I don't see
Women
a
are
lot of
also out actively searching for sex
in
now.
the same numbers as men. Themis, really?
I don't. I mean, based on the stats, women have more sex than men.
So you're saying there's more women out there right now looking for sex, which is a male imperative. It's a male imperative to go look for women and go hunt women
I
down.
don't know why you think it's a male imperative, but period. Women have more sex than men. That is a
I'm not. Well,
statistical
I
fact.
don't disagree. I don't disagree. But you just said there's more women out there looking for sex than men. I disagree with that. I
Well, like,
disagree with that.
unless you can disagree with it all you want, but unless you have the stats to prove that, there will. I mean,
30%
there's
of
a
men. Oh, 30% of men are virgins. 30% of men are virgins,
yeah.
and
So that's what I'm saying. Women have more sex than men.
I agree. I said that. It doesn't mean that men are not looking for sex. That's the point. Men are
But
looking for sex.
no. I can prove my point. I'm asking you, where are you getting that stat from? That men are looking. I mean, men are looking for sex. I don't know if
Oh,
it's with
yeah.
women.
Okay. You know what? Fine. Fine. Let's just
I
live
don't
in
know if
a.
it's with women.
Yeah. Let's just play games. Men aren't looking for sex. Women, any dude can just come up to a woman and do whatever he wants. Let's
No.
leave it at that. Let's leave it at
How
that.
is that your conclusion?
Because that's what we're getting to. I was making a simple point. I think people can hear what I'm saying. I don't think that they need to hear the arguments. I think they understand what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be malicious. I'm not at all. I'm actually trying to empower women. You have something that honestly you should value and you should use. You should use responsibly. And that's all I was trying to say, but I clearly can't say it. So
No,
because
I
I'm a
mean, well, if that's all you were trying to say, you clearly can say it because you just did. Like, I am like, no, I might need another break from YouTube and like maybe go think about what I'm doing and how I'm engaging. And don't respond in the chat to that. Please don't respond to that. But the reason is, it feels like you think I'm being antagonistic towards you.
Well, no, Themis, I don't. I think you're just doing your job, man. I want to get to
This is
this
not
young
my
lady.
job. I promise this is not my job.
Themis, you're doing your digging. I'm not. I don't have nothing against you. I honestly, I think we had a great conversation. For the people that could understand what I was saying, I think they did. And let's let it be at that.
No, I'm so confused. I am confused, Jonathan, because the way please ask him about his 5 sisters. um Before you go, there is something that I will say. And hopefully to the men listening, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I am actually attempting to converse with you guys when you come on here. And I think in there is a need for me to get clarity. And in that need to get clarity, I think you guys think I'm just attacking. But if you cannot clarify your stance, that's a you problem. It's not a me problem. That I'm asking question does not make me the villain. Like, that I believe something different does not make me the villain. When we are talking about sex, you agree, you literally agree that men and women control their bodies when it comes to sex. So in turn, they both control sex. Like, that
Yes.
much should be the conclusion of our argument, right? And then you're going to end by saying, oh, let's agree to disagree. Like, maybe it's just frustration. Maybe it's frustration and I'm not reading frustration. But do you understand? Like, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to do a got you moment. If I'm doing it, I will let you know at the end that I was trying to do a got you moment. I'm not. I'm literally like, I've heard this in the manosphere. Women control sex. No. Unless you're saying men just don't have any control of themselves and any woman who comes to them will have sex with them if the woman wants, then women don't control sex. Men control who they have sex with. And women control who they have sex with. Go ahead, Deanne.
Oh, he fled. That's too bad. I had a couple questions for him. Well, that's all
It
right. Mr.
no, I mean
Swan, we'll
it's
put them out.
not it's really not all right. Like, I am confused. I'm really confused as to, like, and please don't answer in the chat because, like, I feel like I'm just not getting the problem. Like, how is it that, like, I can ask a question and it can be such a problem? Like, how is that? Go ahead. Go ahead, dear. I am. This is ridiculous now.
Because it is ridiculous, Themis. So Mr. Swan is a coward and ran for his life. I don't have to address him. His character spoke for itself. But what you're dealing with, Themis, is a group of men who absolutely want to. They would believe that men had control of the sexual marketplace. They could grape any woman they wanted. Then they would see that as control. They don't want to be responsible for choosing women that they don't intend to be with. He said he did his shenanigans. That means this man lied his way into the bed of all kinds of people and then wants to blame women for believing their lies. He wants to posture as a good man who wants to settle down with one woman now after he has a high body count and is damaged goods. After he has gotten into the habit of being a degenerate, dissolute, passer along STDs. After all his shenanigans, now he wants to be seen as a good man, and it's all his fault that they fell for the lies while he was doing his shenanigans. But he's told over a loose leaf, so he's not going to try to have you question the fact that he had control of the degenerate, dissolute, passer along of side babies he does not intend to care for and STDs. And yes, Mr. Swan, I'm saying this about you because if you're not that person, you could have stayed and said so. You got 5 sisters and you got shenanigans. So if you had shenanigans without putting a condom on, then you've got STDs inside babies. But you ran. So you can't defend yourself now, can you? Themis, you are a reasonable man trying to reason with degenerate. That's what's going on. That's why it's not working. Because these men want to continue to be degenerate and not be held responsible. Mr. Rucker is the kind of man that would go to a private set. He would call this a black woman KKK meeting on his channel and then go into private places to collect information, to do private information, to do more videos. This man is very, very near to being a criminal in his behavior online. You cannot reason with a man who insisted he's right and then wants to come up here and argue semantics about Bill Cosby. Well, these people want to argue with these things because they want to be these men. Now you understand. Today you learn what black women have been going through with these men. They want to rule with an iron fist. Mr. Rucker said exactly what he meant. And the only thing a black woman needs to hear when a woman says that is police. Because what you need to do if you plan on abusing other human beings, it is not 1865. Your butt needs to go to prison or to jail. Or your butt needs to go to prison or to the grave. Ain't nobody hiring you to be Thomas Jefferson. Ain't nobody hiring you to be Jim Jones. Heck, you can't even be Jamal Bryant. You ain't got the communication skills to be a black preacher on that fornicating, dissolute, degenerate level, charging people $1,000 for COVID-19 checks, and we can't even get a picture of how many side babies this man has. By the way, control to the sexual marketplace. No, y'all can always go out. Eddie Long shows you, yeah, there's people in the sexual marketplace. Y'all act like you have absolutely no control. Oh, women control the sexual market. Y'all keep telling yourselves that lie because there would be no buyers if there were no sellers. Demas, you can't reason. Now you know what we have been going through with these men. For the last, well, let's go here. I'll break down to you this way. Kevin Samuels was 53. Des Burling is 47. A great number of these basketball the people that are having babies all over the place in their 30s and in their 20s, and King is 17. 50, 40, 30, 20, 17. So at least 55 years. 2 generations and a half. This is what black men have been up here on offer. This is not all black men, because you do have men like yourself and OB. And it is tragic that men like yourself and OB are going to have to be profiled along with the rest. It's unfortunate. But see, the 2 of you are doing what you need to do to survive what's about to happen. Because I keep saying, I'm going to keep saying it. You're going to be out here going on live being irresponsible, not being able to make your points, talking straight degenerate foolishness. And let me tell you what's going to happen. When Joe Biden gets ready to replace those guys he helped to put in prison 28 years ago, 53 is a little bit too old. 47 is a little bit too old. Ain't not too much work. But these guys who are like 30 and so forth, they can put in another 30 years in prison. So they're going to come get these guys. So you and Obi are doing what you need to do, which is doing the best you can to differentiate yourself. But unfortunately, you might just get picked up on the street. And the sad thing is, by the time that happens, black women are going to just have to stand back and let it happen. But Themis, we'll come for you and Obi. Now, we know him. He tried to reason with everybody. He stood up for the right. He stood up for the right wherever it led him. Even when it led to him being made a villain by the men he tried to represent. He tried to get these people off on their PPP loans, not knowing how bad it was. Someone will come for you in OB. Somebody will march for you in OB. But the rest of these guys, if they're going to just go on with the manosphere foolishness, they don't even know the FBI is already picking these guys up. All they had to do was watch your show and keep their mouth shut and learn. But no, we can't do anything with this. And then when they finish with their shenanigans and they ain't taking no responsibility with their bad habits, they hope they can get some 25-year-old black woman who doesn't know to ask it. Oh no, we're going to make sure they know. We're not about to do this. How dare him 2022? We're not about to do this with these men. Absolutely not. No. Nun canadie. 9. I don't know enough other languages to be able to say this, but just get your universal translator out and let that no radiate from here to the uttermost parts of the galaxy. For those of you who are Star Trek, Star Wars people, just let the no be translated. We're not about to do this with these men. You want to rule with an iron fist? Oh, by the way, the person who's supposed to rule with the iron rod is Jesus Christ. There ain't no way God's getting off his throne. And I'll make this my final thought. Satan is the first person who wanted to have the worship of God. He wanted to have the worship of God and could uphold the universe. So when these men want to have all the authority and have no intent of holding up the responsibility, you know who they're trying to be like? They're trying to be like their little master, the devil. And black women need to stop devil worshiping in these men. We're going to have to quit it. Because you know where the devil's going for all eternity? You don't want to go there. We need to stop it. Because this stuff we just heard today, you submit to that, you a plumb fool. Don't even deal with these men unless they've divested from this culture. Absolutely not.
The fact that, and I think there is an issue here, the fact that people can admit when they're wrong is so heartbreaking. Like, he knew he was dead wrong. He knew it. Even if he didn't understand it culturally, he knew logically he was wrong. And I've seen this so often where because you are wrong and you don't want to admit it, you want to move on. And maybe I'm trying to consider whether or not this is a sort of public embarrassment, because in my mind, being wrong does not make you dumb. It doesn't make you, it makes you ignorant of a fact or ignorant of a subject or ignorant of a specific thing. It does not put an indictment on you as an individual. What does, however, do that is when you refuse to accept that maybe there is an issue with what I'm saying. Because when you get to hold on to being wrong and not being corrected, you don't change your thought process. So am I too obsessed with saying, hey, before we move on, it's the problem I have with Hafiz. It's like you were part of the manosphere, you taught this all of this mess, and now you're degrading the manosphere, pretending like you weren't a part of it. I appreciate the transition, but can you acknowledge that there was a transition? Because without that acknowledgement, recompense, like without you really understanding and explaining to us so we understand where that switch happened, it feels inauthentic, right? For you to say, oh, women control sex, and then you're like, oh, but men control their bodies, women control their bodies. I never say that. What you're doing is you're ignoring the reality of what the implication of your first sentence was, that women control sex, therefore men don't have responsibility in the way that women do.
But that's the thing. They want to be powerless gods, Themis. I've said this more than once. And Themis, like every black person who's ever cared about the black community, imagine the disappointment of many black men who have come to the same conclusion. Imagine Malcolm X's disappointment in finding out certain things about the black Muslim leadership that he was around. And about finding out he was with the same black men. Imagine what the Black Panthers who really believed in the movement must have felt like when Eldridge Cleaver talked about rape being a revolutionary act and raping white women would be revolutionary and practicing on black women. Imagine their disappointment. Imagine the disappointment of, well, Booker T. Washington didn't live long enough. He was spared from having to see it. But WBB's disappointment, Du Bois' disappointment is well known. He lived long enough to see that no matter how much he tried to educate, once you condemn 90% of the men of the living at the time of being hopeless, they just went along with it. Imagine Marcus Garvey's disappointment. That's something you know a little bit more about. You played the part out here where he's talking about these men refused to check him with their own greatness. Now, Garvey had his own problems, and I'm not going to go down the list. Even Martin Luther King, with his mixed record of degeneracy, realized, oh, snap, we in a burning house. And by implication, we don't know how to put out the fire. Well, Coretta, if she was on it, told you some stories about that. They just released the tapes about that. So no, he couldn't put the fire out because he was participating in burning it. So Themis, every person who is going to try to be responsible in this space, because I'm someone who loves my father and my grandfather, this is a terrible, and who were good, proper black men. This wall behind me is here for me to live in. It's difficult for me to see the generation of their sons and grandsons have declined this bad. But see, they had daughters, and they raised responsible daughters, which is why we can't do nothing with these men. And everybody who's going to do something as a black person for the last 100 years has had to reach this conclusion. And then people get mad. They don't want to read the whole Moynihan report. And then you find out as a black man, oh, wait, that doesn't say what it says that it said, that I said. I'm not going to steal your thunder. We'll do it tomorrow. But it's just like, and then you get mad because white folks are like, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then Goldman Sachs comes up 60 years later and said, oh, yeah, we read that and we looked at what the Moynihan report predicts and we see it. So, yeah, we just going to put some money into black folks that are actually useful to the country. Everybody goes through the grieving process, Themis. But see, there's several stages of grieving. Right now, you have to get between denial, depression, and acceptance. Because you care, and it affects you in a way it doesn't affect me. You are a black man, but there are black men who have walked away from this toxic culture, and thank God you're outside of it, and that's where you need to stay. You really do not need to keep entertaining these people so that they have sound bites, because for all you know, Mr. Rucker's going to go and cut another bad video misconstruing everything that was said here to build his little channel. You really need to stop entertaining these people, because their reputation is going to be linked with yours, and you've got more going for you than that. But I know that you want to reach these men, and you've got to come to terms with how hard it's going to be to do that on your own. I'm not telling you what to do on your own channel, but I'm telling you that you don't see. Do you see any improvement? You got some of the same characters still. Some of them are twerking a little bit less in the chat. I've seen just a smidgen of improvement. If you follow these people to another page, they just as stupid and as degenerate. They don't know I'm there looking at them. But I'm like, when you come back over here and you try to do something, I'll bring up what you did on the last 6 shows. When people are dedicated to degeneracy, they are what the Bible calls devoted to destruction. There's nothing you can do anymore. You just have to make sure that the rot doesn't splatter on you. That's it. And I'm sorry. But you just found out what we have been dealing with. And I can see the hurt in your soul. But this is the reality, Themis. And I'm sorry. But it is. We say it African American vernacular, it be what it be, sir.
Yep. I think I might have to take a break. I not a long break. I'll probably do it this weekend mostly. I appreciate what you just said, because I think it's important that I hear it. I don't understand when people push blame off. That's what I don't understand. Like my the debate is this Friday. There are some things that I have to do. I'll be on this week, obviously. But when I say a break, I mean a break from social media. I'll have my regular schedule things next week. I've said this before, and I've sort of gotten to this realization previously, but not like this. I get that there is a need to sort of peacock, to create a mirage of sorts where you don't actually have to do the work, but you are viewed as the leader in this sense. And I'm concerned that I'm going to have to start talking at people instead of talking to people. And I don't want that to happen. I'm not making that change yet. I do still want to talk. The problem is there is always a breakdown in communication because of some random fact or some random thing that was said that is problematic, hugely problematic. And so when I go to investigate it, it's like an affront to the dignity of the speaker. Someone said black men took Themis out of the home. Yes. Yes. I've been taken out of the home by black men. I don't know. I don't think we're deserving of our position, but I also recognize that unless we are willing to do the high level thinking, I don't see how we change our position. Like I mean, I just don't like. Literally, someone just said, "I want to rule with an iron fist." Thank you, by the way, LB, for the message about the debate. But I wasn't gonna leave. I'm just talking about this weekend, just not being on the Discord, not interacting online, just chilling.
I was just making sure because I almost forgot to.
um, I I don't know how to engage anymore. Like I don't know what to do. Like there's a part of me that was almost begging for an explanation of why my way of speaking to him caused so much pain to him. You know what I mean? Like, because like even like we heard in his voice he was getting irritated with me, right? It could be the questioning, whatever. And so I was like, okay, what am I doing wrong here? How is this a problem for him? I'm literally trying to figure out what he's doing. And the reality just might be that people don't want to admit that they're wrong.
And they do not want to be pressed on any level for their accountability. Remember that he said, I did my shenanigans? God help him if some woman were to find out his body count and say to him, oh no, you a dog. Absolutely not. God help him if he has to take accountability and realize that he too has wrecked his possibilities of being with certain types of people. He does not want to be held accountable. And Themis, let me tell you something. When you try to hold people to account that are committed to not being held accountable, you would have made an enemy for life. Because these men whole self-image of thinking themselves is better than the Pookie and the Ray Ray. Remember, the gentleman who said live that he would like to line up all the Pookies and the Ray Rays in the community is the same person who said live on his channel that he dated one woman to have sex with all her friends. You treat one woman well, and then the rest of them want to have sex with you. And he ran through all of them. But he wants to kill off the Pookies and the Ray Rays. These men want to still consider themselves upstanding citizens that want to have things to say about how this country should be run for black men. But if you press them to be accountable for their bad behavior, then you put the responsibility back on them. And you would make an enemy for life because you're going to blow up somebody's entire self-image. And when you ask questions about, wait a minute, wait, whoa, man, whoa, it takes two people to have sex. What you mean? You pressing on that sore spot because you about to blow up the fact that this man is just as much a dog, a dissolute, a degenerate, and a whore as anybody he's ever looked down on his entire life.
Yeah.
And you about to blow up his illusion. When you ask questions, you about to blow up his illusions. Like Professor Moriarty didn't like Sherlock Holmes asking questions. There it is.
How do I actually make this a job where I'm not emotionally invested? Because it would be nice to not be emotionally invested. This could be fun if I wasn't emotionally invested. It would be good if I didn't see myself in these people. Like I actually it would be great to create this content without feeling like I'm a part of the group. Like I heard the man in the video say, something about black men, right? And essentially accepting the subjugation. And I just skipped it because I was like, but if LB didn't call it that, I would have just skipped it. And it's not because I didn't hear, but it was like at some like I am also attached to it. Like I am not here pretending like, hey, those black men are bad. I am the good black. No, it's like we collectively need work. And so if I can talk to you one by one and we can figure it out together, we're not figuring out anything. Like we're not changing anything yet because one or two people can't do that. But if you can just have a conversation, at least have an honest like just be honest. And maybe you're building a platform so that if you say something here, it will disrupt your platform and all of that. But then don't come here. But if we're talking, just be honest. Just operate in good faith. Team, if you have a difficulty with the realization phase of Black Men Dilemma, you can't compare your thinking and rationalization to theirs. It's not the same.
You were raised by people who believed that honesty was a value. You are dealing with a group of men who were raised to believe they have to lie, manipulate, and cheat their way to everything. They have to get over. I don't know if you ever heard the song Superfly. very popular in the 1970s. Trying to get over. I have talked to criminals who have justified everything they've had to do because otherwise they didn't feel like they could have access to anything America had to offer to them. So you got a completely different value system. But from one impact to another, the reason you cannot is because you're not a narcissist. Well, I don't have the DSM-5, but your profile, the way you behave, does not suggest it. You have a great deal of empathy for people. So the work you're doing is very hard for an empath to do. Because as empaths, it is natural for us. It makes me feel pain to know how much pain you're in. And it makes me feel pain to have to explain that there's no way out of this pain unless you accept it for what it is. There are Black men who want to learn, who want to do better. And probably a lot of them are listening quietly, but they're also afraid. They know we have a few women up here who will rip them a new one live if they come live, and I'm one of them. They know that if they come and act too crazy, and if they get into an ego fit, but then we have men up here, you have some younger men up here who have come through and you've reached them because we haven't seen them out there. There are a few people that have apologized to I haven't seen in them streets. But what you might want to consider doing is what my life coach tells me as a woman. Eliminate the ones that are not getting anywhere so you can make room for the people that you can help. As long as you give hours to entertain men who do not want to be helped, that doesn't leave room for men that do. You, Obi, London, and I forget his name, Muhammad, who came up here once. Aaron, Impossible, are men who could be of tremendous value to men who are your own age, because I'm guessing you're about 32, 33, but in their 20s and late teens. But if we have to keep giving all our time to I'm a Sunday school teacher, I can't call them that. If we have to give time to all these interesting individuals who don't want to admit that they're wrong, who come with disproved ideas, who are still trying to use OK Cupid stats, that means you can't clear room on your channel for the people that actually would benefit. Yeah. Just like as long as a woman entertains too many clowns, she doesn't even have time to see a king because she's having to deal with all the emotions of dealing with clowns. Well, that's true of everybody. My life coach says to me, don't entertain anybody as a friend and an associate that you wouldn't entertain as a prospective husband, because it's the same thing. As long as foolish men know that you will give them an hour or two of their time, they're just attention whores. They don't care who they get it from. And the reason they call you a fruitcake is because there are very few men, only Black women give time to these men in general. White men are not going to give time to this, Latino men, Asian men. So here you are, a Black man who has empathy for them. And then they insult you for having it, but still demand it. You literally are going through what we go through. And it will continue until you stop it. You have to be willing to protect yourself from these dead conversations because they take energy from you. Now you know, Themis. Now you know what these men want. They came and they told you themselves.
Yep. I mean, I should have gotten it from when Mr. Rucker said that he wanted to roll with an iron fist, but it's 50-50. I got it. You're not here for accountability. Got it. And I also have I'm going to call my mom tomorrow. I have a very specific kind of appreciation now for the way she questioned me when I was a child and required that I sat through it and answered her. I appreciate that now because I realize not everyone can do it. I realize now not everyone can do it in good faith and without hating the person asking the question, particularly when you're wrong. And I've been wrong many a times and had to admit it in the line of questioning that came. So I can appreciate what happened growing up. And I can also appreciate that not a lot of people had someone who was that could be and had the luxury to be that invested in the mental development. Yeah. So I'm going to become stricter. I'm going to decompress, go get a massage, all of that. But I'm going to start removing people. I think I need to. I need to stop when I feel like this is not good faith. And I know like I can feel it when it comes on, and I know when people are doing some quote unquote BS. I know it. And I could have stopped this earlier. I could have. And I should have. I should have. That is on me. I take full responsibility for it. It will not happen again. I promise it won't. I will continue to converse, but it won't happen again. I do need to take a step back, and not everyone can be reached, and that's fine. That's fine. And I can't convince everyone that I'm good or whatever. That's also fine. That guy was extremely disrespectful, but social etiquette is not something that is always taught and known. So when you just up and leave, that is extraordinarily disrespectful. You, sir, are not allowed back on, but for an apology. And that you get one chance. So anyway, that is it. I'm going to end it here because I appreciate both Deanne for speaking to me, LB for messaging me on Insta, and the chat. You guys are great. My feelings aren't for me to put on you, and so I'm not going to emotionally dump. This is something that I need to figure out on my own, and I caused it myself. I caused it. I should have removed this. I should have removed it. Many people a long time ago. So I get it. I got it. Anywho, I appreciate you guys so much. Um, I will not hide this live stream. It will be open for you guys to watch later. And if you guys have not seen Deanne channel, please go check her channel out. I'm about to post a video of Deanne from a previous live, one of my favorite lives. I edited her out, and I'm going to like repost it because it was fire, as the children say. So
How dare you, 2022?
How dare you,
How dare you, 2022? Because this is how you gotta be.
Yep.
These people will play in your face forever and a day. That's how you gotta stop it. That's how you gotta stop it, things. And I know you can do it.
Thank you. I will. I will attempt. The social etiquette and me will have to figure this out, but I will. I will. I also want to say, if you are on Team A, it's Team A, right? For the debate, we're not going to say who Team A is, but anyway, please reach out and send your pictures as requested by the moderators. We will not have flyers because we did not, well, yeah, just please reach out. Please, please, please. If you have not sent the pictures, please send it. We're getting ready for the debate on Friday, and I'm very excited for that. Tomorrow, we're going to be talking about the Moynihan report. Period. Have a wonderful night, guys.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Well, great stream. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.